Oh wait, mic was muted the whole time? Okay. My bad. Hello Bato and Ale and everyone else, yeah. I was talking to myself for 3 minutes. Thank you. Yeah, but okay. What I was saying is that I got a small spike again, like a small packet loss shot, but does seem like it was just a small one, just one.
What is going on?
Good save.
Why does it take 2 seconds for me to get...
A new sub.
Was planning to come back after Kraken 2 was finished, but ran into a new bug, I believe. XD.
Yo, not good to see you, dude. How are you doing? I remember the Kraken map. Dude, where is the route? I need to check the GPS. Please tell me there was one. Doing good? Good to hear. Oh yeah, the GPS is there. The underwater guy. That's the one. Where is it? Is it here? Okay. It's a long road to the GPS as well. This, yeah, what I was saying when my mic was muted was that this map gets absolutely no points for guidance. Okay, you're supposed to jump over there. A new bug, you say? Uber underwater? Okay, that's very interesting. I actually wonder if the new car switch Uber bug thing, if that works underwater too? This map is... okay. Lag spike as well. This map is so cluttered with everything, and I understand that it's, you know, kind of mimicking the tower in a way. But seems extremely difficult to actually see where to go. We go like this. I didn't remember that there was a hole there. But that was the road, I think. Oh, sure not. I might be pretty occupied getting the new deep dip plugin. I believe that has been released now as well. But you can post on Discord as well, if you are there. Okay. What is Deep Dip 2 cast? Me going on the server, looking at the players, and then saying, lol, this guy fell, and then I spectate the next guy, and repeat the process. I asked I asked Sparkling and Whiskey if it would be a good idea, and they said it's a good idea, so... I kind of figured that it's, like... It's seriously going to be pretty boring watching me get skill checked on floor 1 all the time. I was thinking about doing some, like, mapper-based approach, like analyzing the mapping or something, but it doesn't sound like there's too much there either. So I think this is like a good sort of middle ground. Good map, by the way. But, as usual, these pre-planned maps are entirely too difficult. They always are. Is that really the ending line? Sparkling whiskey. That does sound pretty bad. Like, whiskey in itself is already bad. Not the Trackmania player mapper, by the way. The drink. I suppose this map is maybe they're in the full deep dip map as well. Kind of looks like something that might be. Hello, Red. It's a good map, but like... it's not gonna be received well by the wider community. Why am I getting like a... what feels like extra rift there? Is it because I'm going from like normal grass to healthy grass? Or are you dipping today? Trackmania cars. Into a Trackmania pool, most likely. Dude, I'm so bad here. How can you be 400th if I'm 400th? Well, not anymore. Nah, I'm so bad at these kinds of transitions. I think my biggest time save is getting good speed here. Yeah, I might still PB this one. No, never mind. Let me restart. I have one more time. That was it. Yeah, that was actually it. Okay. Why not place like a flag for visibility in the corner? That would be like a very standard thing. Maybe this is some, you know, maybe there's some deeper meaning behind all of this. Like, maybe there's some references to the full map. With like the pathfinding or something. Okay, that went bad. Did you try to build a deep dip floor, by the way? Nope. I didn't really have any ideas, and I don't think I'm really the best person to build that kind of stuff. I'm really bad at building for like blind group projects. So for example, like the Finnish Trackmania campaign, like my map will probably not be that great. Because I will not see the other maps. And I'm really bad at building for something where I don't really know the like context of what I'm building. And that kind of goes like double for a part of a map where I can't see the rest of the map. Well, I don't know, like I guess eventually you would see, and then some... maybe some adjustments could be made, but... yeah, I decided not to do it. No. What a bum. Music is a bit high. Maybe I can change it. Warm up round anyway. Hey, I played pretty well considering the circumstances. I didn't even crash. Thank you. Deep bless. Oh. I would have a field day with this map. If I went through the guidance and all the all the things that could be improved. Boing. Mic muting skills have fallen. Yeah, I'm trying to, you know, do 2 things at the same time, okay? I can't do 3. Oh yeah, it's the classic dance floor. Deep Dip 1 also had one. This one looks even more refined though. Question is, who's gonna hunt this TOTD? Is it gonna be like a free welter card? I mean, it's fundamentally a pretty different experience from the sort of RPG style full map. So I guess some people will like it over the big one. Boing. Oh. Oh, I PB'd by some time. Half a second. Yo, Sid. How much stonks does TOA have? It depends, because they changed the calculation. So how much does it have now? I don't know. It used to have like 80,000. No, I actually think it was over 100,000 at launch. But it's way less now, I believe. Because they changed the calculation for some reason. I don't even know, like, why do we even have, like, this arbitrary number if they keep changing it? This is not the first time they changed the calculation either. Is there some reason why you would need to change the calculation? What are stonks? So it's basically display cost of the map. What it refers to is that when you open the editor, there's like on top left, there's a number below the map name. That's the stonks. What it actually refers to, I don't really know specifically. But you can think of it as like the size of the map, more or less. How long do you think it will take you to finish Deep Deep 2? The rest of time. Maybe a bit more. I won't finish the map. Not anytime soon anyway. Like, not this year. Wink. Broken one has 56,000 chunks, but it's with the old calculation, so it's impossible to compare. Yeah, coppers, max stuff. I guess CC, yeah, as well. But yeah, coppers I think was... Maybe that's still what it's supposed to be called. We call it stonks because it has this inexplicable graph symbol next to it that goes up and down. But the display cost doesn't go up and down. It's a static number. But it has this stonk symbol next to it, so we call it stonks. That's the lore. Maybe it's still officially... At least I didn't change the line. Maybe it's still officially known as coppers. Oink. Yo, Nico. Oh, dat op. Digvason. Zach. Well, this is not really like playing deep. Come on, Nico. You'll be fine. It's actually a pretty good map. It's just, you know, just kinda hard to get into. I think you'll be fine. Doesn't seem like a super cracked AT. I mean, it's very fast compared to my runs, but with all this like penalty stuff, there's so much time to save just by being a little bit faster. There's like the grip changes there. There's like something that happens and I'm still not quite sure what it is. Has anyone figured that out? Why do I suddenly slide more? Is it because it changes from like normal grass to penalty? But wouldn't that increase the grip if anything? Or would it? I don't know. It's so hard to see there what's actually going on. What's the highest stunk on Cup of the Day? You shouldn't really... I will give you an answer, but you shouldn't think like that's your goal. Because it's a very different map. It's somewhere around 350,000. And it's an HTMH map. It was kinda laggy. But the reason why the stonks are so high is because the map is built in... It has this like cell shading thing, and like the whole map is like a Blender map. It doesn't work the same way as normal maps. I can't remember the exact number. It was somewhere between like, I think 300 and 400,000. The ice map, yes. Egrilera or something. The Skarzor duo. DD2 today. Timing is effing amazing, as I'm tomorrow leaving for a 2-week work trip to Chile, where I'll have very little free time. Ouch. Unless you don't like the deep dip, and you're being genuine. Maybe you can sneak in some streams on your phone or something. At some point. I did so many... Wow, come on. I did so many adjustments that... Oh, the snow is so insanely punishing, dude. What on earth? That's so ridiculous. Okay. I don't think there's a PayPal coming. I would be extremely surprised. Okay, we're gonna go and install the plugin, I think, and kind of check What's gonna happen? I will just insta-leave. So there's a plugin. What is it? Dips? Dip? Is it out yet? Newest? It's not out yet. I thought it was supposed to be out already. Or do I need to get it from, like, the OpenPlanet website? openplanet.dev plugins newest. No, it's not there either. Let me check Discord. Nothing there. Except someone saying they can't find the plugin. Okay, I guess we wait. I suppose there's no rush to it then. Instructions on Kapothere map signs. Was it so? At your emote, god damn. Have to work all the time. Sure thing. Is it a little bit flashy? It's probably not bad. I don't have the time to think about those kinds of things. Okay, let's see now. Let's see now. Okay, so here's the secret tower. There's nothing in, but I suppose we will see it soon. Gonna be a big tower. Honestly, I really like this design of this version already. Oh, sure not. Yeah, we should have time now. Very cool picture as well. This is like, it's edited, right? Or is this the actual perspective? Looks kind of strange, doesn't it? This is such a cool showcase, though. Some very dank-looking stuff. We'll discover it with the players. Rename to Floor Gang, sure. That wasn't in the request. Hi, Mariam. Okay, so big team for sure. So servers can be found in the Deep Dip Club. Install dips ++ from newest plugins, but it's not there. Now it is. Okay, cool. Install. My game crashed. Okay. We'll get him next time. The Rioter floor is insanely good, is it? Yo, Zertro. Oh, here we go. Begin volume test. Okay, sure. I haven't even fully calibrated my music volume, but let's see.
This is the official Deep Dip 2 volume test. Do not be alarmed. This is entirely normal and expected. Please adjust your audio device now using the provided slider on screen.
This is beautiful.
While you're doing that, I'd like to reassure you, absolutely nothing is going wrong, and nothing will go wrong. You are completely safe, and any perceived danger is an illusion. Try to keep relaxed. It will make your adjustment here less painful. Yes, that's right. Relaxed. Just like that.
Okay.
Allow yourself to be gently caressed.
We'll keep it audible, but below my voice, because my voice is obviously more important.
Just remember, breathe in, breathe out.
This really reminds me of the Stanley Parable.
Better. Okay, back to business then. I hope you've had time to adjust your volume. They don't pay me to sit around here offering you words of encouragement, you know. I just decided to do that because I think maybe you've just got it in you. That you're made of the right stuff.
I'm not even gonna try. I've already given up before the map even releases.
Godspeed.
But I appreciate the trust. Proceed. Do you like options? Would it make you feel better to change them? Enable main menu surprise? Sure. We can keep it at nighttime. Can even change the season? I think we'll keep it as spring. Okay, let's just proceed. I think, yeah, that was great. Fantastic. Even the plugins I saw. Once you're in the map, you can change settings through the menu or via the button in the lower right corner. Okay. Can I go now? Thank you. Oh, there it is. Yeah, deep dip. That is very cool. This is some proper hacking, honestly. Okay. So, what does the plugin do? What all does it do? I suppose we probably have some kind of a menu here, maybe. Yes. Oh, it's just the volume. Okay. So, I'm wondering if this has like the height thing, or if I should enable it through the height plugin separately. I probably still have it actually. Oh wait, no, dips plus plus here. So here, okay, yeah, well we can I guess go to the server and check this out. Did we already have it? Oh, the really mud thing. I think you can refund it, Red, but it's extremely difficult to find, and I never find it myself. So, if you have another emote, we can probably take that, Suppa. Otherwise, yeah, I can check. So, how did it work? There's like a rewards queue. Okay, yeah, if you can think of another emote, it makes my life easier. Yolimanity. Okay, let me see the TOTD record at this point. I'm curious if there was something I missed. Airtime reduction. It's probably just a better run, right? Well, maybe the 80 is actually faster than I thought it would be. Just seemed like in the qualifier many people were close. Going a little bit further. Avoiding the Kier air brake. Clean line. Airtime reduction. Wide jump, full speed. Wide line. Boink. Okay. Yeah, nothing super surprising there. I will say that this map is a bit overcooked for a cup of today, but it's cool. I like the design. It's just not very Pathfind friendly for a fast learning thing. But you know, I feel like all of these special Cup of the Day, like event related Cup of the Day maps are always kind of a mess. Will it play as well? We're gonna take a different approach. These are cool. This one's even like assigned to the wrong direction, isn't it? I like this though. These are the right direction. We're gonna take a different approach because I would be extremely skill checked. I don't know if it would be extremely interesting to watch me fail on floor 0, maybe floor 1 sometimes, all the time. I was thinking about maybe trying to do some mapper analysis kind of thing, but I don't think that's necessarily like a... I just don't really know how I would do that. So I figured that we're gonna go to the server, to the streamer server, and we're gonna do like a cast/watch party. We're gonna watch the other players, the top players. We're gonna track their progress and kind of document the journey between different players. That's what we're gonna do. Yeah, there was some Rocket League org that donated 10k to the prize pool. Crazy. We have a little bit of time. Let me check the replay from Nut. Do you need club to play Deep Dip? Yes. Because you will need to join a server, and it's only possible to join with club access. I think you also need the game on PC. I'm assuming that it's going to be... Well, standard access will be enough, yeah, sure. I'm assuming that it's a dedicated server. Like, of course it's gonna be. There's no way it's a Nedia room. So if you have the game on console, you also can join the server. But you can play in solo as well. I suppose, like, there are ways, like, probably still some semi-well-known exploits where you can play custom maps. Even with free access. Okay, what was this one? Not. We have a rally car. Oh, a moving block. I think what's gonna happen. I think I know. Yeah, this is something that the cars just do. The snow and rally car, they just don't really work with custom blocks. I haven't... sorry, not custom blocks, moving blocks. But I haven't seen this done underwater. Maybe there's some interesting ideas there. Cool. Okay. Slay the Spire board game arrived. Oh, cool. Enjoy. I heard about that a long time ago. I really like Slay the Spire. But it was pretty pricey. The board game. Hello, Hype. Okay. I guess we're just gonna go and join the server. So... Deep. What was it again? Deep dip here? I think it's this. Waiting room. Is it this one? 144 people there. I don't think that's gonna be the room. We're gonna join the streamer server. I should be whitelisted. I basically just asked, like, okay, is it okay if I join and don't play the map? And it was fine. Now this is a map and a half. Boing. I don't see 144 people though. I guess they're all here. Suppose this is the 120 people maybe. Well, it's not the official cast, and I don't want it to be. We're just gonna... I'll figure out the format as we go, I guess, when we kind of understand how it's gonna flow. But it's probably gonna be like semi-casual. Because how do you make, like, you know, some hype cast out of this, right? It's gonna be a lot of resets, a lot of falling. It's sort of like Time Hunters in that sense. I think it will be like a fairly similar thing. Though there are way more players here, so... I think it's possible that it will be like... At some point we will have multiple people on like a really good run at once, and then we need to sort of try to be alert. It's gonna be exciting though. I'm really especially curious about the mapper creativity. Because the list of mappers is really solid. Do you expect streamer or public server to be better? The streamer server. Because anyone who's serious about the competition will go on the streamer server, I think. Well, I mean... Either you go on the streamer server, or you play in solo and you stream there, right? You do one or the other. You're not going to just go to the public server. If you want to, like, get the super focus, you will play in solo. Which actually, like, we'll see, like, if many people opt to play in solo because of, like, server FPS or whatever, then maybe the watch party doesn't work that well, but I think there's gonna be a lot of really strong contenders on the server anyway. Like, the thing about it is that a lot of people will want to take also a break by watching others. Who's gonna win this thing? Well, it's the big question, yeah. I think Mada is probably a pretty strong contender. I would maybe put Mada on top of my list, honestly. But then, like, you know, Virtual is gonna play like crazy. For example, And then there's gonna be some players like Hazard, who are obviously extremely good. Mada is playing, yeah. In a bit of a different time zone, of course. Still playing though. Scandier also. If Scandier plays, I think that's like... This is probably like extremely close to that skill set. Simo also, actually. Bren won the... or didn't win, I guess. Well, I don't know. Bren was the first to finish Deep Dip. I guess there was some prize pool there as well. I can't recall. But yeah, I think a lot will come down to playtime, because this map will require more playtime than the first one, or last year's one. So, we'll see. 1k? Okay, yeah, that was pretty substantial still. 8 minutes. Is there a list of players? I guess there will be very soon when we join the server and see who's there. Does TD2 now have a bigger prize pool than TMWT? It has roughly the same prize pool as like a single stage right now, as far as I'm aware. But consider that that the TMWT prize pool of last year went to 2 players instead of 1. So in that sense, it is essentially the same as the entire, like, World Tour circuit, yes. It is a massive, massive tournament. Yo! Yoo-hoo! Where even is the finish on this one? I'm just kind of driving in circles. I guess you take the reactor, probably. There's a water plant here. Oh, hidden route. Looks hard, honestly. It's crowdfunded. Oh. Some massive donations. There was a Rocket League organization that donated 10,000 to the prize pool. Okay, this looks too hard for me. Winner doesn't take all, no. It's for top 3. Meaning that, what was it again? I don't know. Someone maybe knows it faster than me. Let me scroll up. No. Can't quite see it. Maybe it's on the... donation page. Thank you, not. Was it on the donation page? Someone probably posted in the chat. Yeah, there we go. 50, 30, 20. Yeah. Pretty basic. $25,565.69. So basically this is how it's going to go. More or less. We will all go onto the server. Now I will not be playing the map. I'll just focus on spectating others, but there's some key rules that players need to follow. One is that you cannot look at clips of levels or floors that have not yet been reached on a full run by one of the participants. What that means is that if someone goes to the editor and immediately goes to the final floor and they make a clip of it, you cannot watch that clip if you're participating in. And I will also respect this rule because I don't really want to spoil anything, and there might be some players who are watching my stream as well, and you know, I don't want to expose them to something that would make them technically break the rules. So we are also not going to share clips of floors that haven't been reached. Once a floor has been cleared, you are free to do anything you want. Basically, you can play the official practice floor for it after that. So the individual floor will be released after a floor has been cleared by anyone. So there's sort of like a community challenge to unlock new floors as well. And as soon as there's a new floor that's reached by someone, then you can also freely check clips and streams of that floor too. So that's basically it. The full run has to be streamed by the participants if they want to be eligible for the prize money. And yeah, we're gonna have the full map in just a moment, in 2 minutes. If you haven't seen Deep Dip at all, it's a huge climbing map, a tower from bottom to the top, where if you make a mistake, you're likely to fall down, if not to the very bottom, which sometimes happens too, at least significantly losing progress. If you've seen games like Jump King, if you've seen Getting Over It, if you've seen the new climbing game, it's very much like those, but with the additional challenge of Trackmania mechanics and strategy added in. Basically it. Okay. 50 seconds. I updated stream title. Now, I'm curious, is there... What do you mean no club activities? Yeah, okay, here we go. Streamers. We're gonna go here. I think it's still loading. I like how the club tag is fall. Yeah, it's gonna take a little bit more than 10 seconds because the Natio room, you know, what it is. We'll get in. Actually, a life hack. When there's new club activities added, it usually helps to restart the game. That usually works. Casting is a genius idea. as long as people play on the server, I think it's gonna be really fun. But you don't have to play on the server, right? So I'm just hoping that people don't have like performance issues, so they have like an incentive to play on the server. Okay, let's restart. See if that works. Perhaps. Online server status degraded. Nice. We did it. We broke Trackmania. Yeah, it's Nadio servers. You wouldn't really think that it would impact the in-game servers that much. Like, I can't remember Kaki impacting the in-game servers that much. And like, Kaki has like 1,000 players simultaneously joining the servers, right? So maybe this is coincidental. That would be surprising, sure. This definitely doesn't run on Nando rooms. There's just no way. Unless they got Nadio to code like a new room system, there's no way. I mean, I guess technically you probably could do it, but I don't think there's good value in doing that. I think the problem that you run into is that ultimately you can get a custom dedicated server to run better than a room, Nadio room. You can get better FPS out of a dedicated server. Alright, come on now, I can't even see my clubs. Well, they could do everything through the plugin, but are you gonna take the risk? I don't know if Nadio rooms are gonna be that stable. It feels risky. Hi, Spam. This map release is just like a village stream start. Hello. Come on, I'm right here. Maybe Nando just started doing some Friday night maintenance. Some people are getting in. There's a join link. Uh-huh. Can I get it? Not on Twitch chat. I mean, I guess it wouldn't matter. Also, by the way, it has to be custom servers because there's a whitelist. Yeah, I think I'll search directly for the room. I think this is the best bet. Oh, that's good to know, Vito. Collectively over 100 days wait. Oh no. I doubt they're waiting on me. Nando servers are weaker than one headbot. Do you think one headbot could handle 1,000 people? Yeah, I don't have a direct link. Gonna work. Gonna work. One headbot can handle one head at a time. Hey, come on. Surely a couple more. No, yeah, I don't think our server would be capable of having 1,000 people join simultaneously on a server. All right, let's check the clubs again. Does that work better? I'm gonna try to restart my game. What can it hurt? Let's do something, you know? I get this is a hype event, but surely it's mostly viewers on Twitch. Yeah, for sure. I would be surprised if there were more players than for Kaki launch. Can't even leave the game, come on. You're not gonna let me play? At least let me leave. The game is broken. Hello? Close the game. It's now been frozen for so long that the time at the top is not even correct anymore. Okay, thank you. No, Alt F4 will not work when it's frozen in the end screen like this. Okay. Still degraded servers. Unlucky. Maybe there's a new ice patch. Or something. This was the right time.
What is going on? Why does it take 2 seconds for me to get...
A new sub.
Odotin.
Yo, Kendo, thank you for the 23 months. Much appreciate you. New Teddy server update. Okay, I'm gonna do the no thing, and I will message these guys. I will message the people. Oh. Now I need to... how do I make Mania Planet links open with Trackmania? Because it needs to open with Trackmania. There's... they made these links in settings. In this game's settings. they have these links. Oh wait, here. Oh, oh, you can do that like this. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I figured there might be some like other stuff, but okay, cool. We're in some server. There's a lot of people here, a lot of streamers. Very cool. We're gonna already take the spectator role here. Who do we have? Giuliano has finished the map. We have Birdie. Bren is playing, and Carl Jr. also playing. That's already pretty stacked from the top of the list. Bren, of course, won the previous Deep Dip competition. Was the first to finish Deep Dip 1. So Bren might be one to look out for sure. Carl Jr. of course. We don't need to introduce Carl Jr. I'm not really sure if this is Carl's like #1 sort of land of expertise, you know? It's gonna be a little bit of a different sort of thing from your typical competitions. So it's gonna be interesting to see. We'll see. Marius is here. Marius also. Very solid player, of course. Hazard. Hazard is one of the favorites, I think, to get into the top as well. Hazard, RPG player. Extremely good at RPG. Extremely good at doing really challenging things really quickly. And that can help you, because when you start getting a little bit more comfortable with the first parts of the map, then a lot of this becomes about reset efficiency and attempt efficiency. So let's say that there's, I don't know how many floors there were at the end, but something like 15-ish. So let's say that you learn the first 5 floors and then it gets harder towards the end. If you can do those 5 floors in, let's say, 10 minutes, that's probably pretty decent. But if you're really good at learning the tricks, really good at learning the RPG kind of stuff, if you can get it down to 5 minutes, 4 minutes, and then you're on floor 6, that's gonna make you so much more efficient at practicing the later floors. I think that can be Hazard's one of Hazard's strengths. That type of ability to do things really fast. Index, really good player as well. Ixon also gonna be a player to watch out for. Janik too. On the server, a lot of Nordic people so far. Ave also. Ave has been grinding Deep Dip and Falling Turtles and getting some world records. Could be interesting to see what Ave can pull off here as well. Jean-René, very good player. Also. Has some mega solid TOTD records from what I know. I'm a little bit out of the loop with a lot of competitive stuff, but I know these names for sure. Valen, probably not a top contender, but cool to see Valen here as well. Cool clips. Karlberg, the Swedish player on the server as well. Lars, of course, very well known. Oh, Valen, yeah, Valen is a mapper. True. Actually. Or not a mapper, did voice lines, right? That was it, no? I think I saw on the Cup of the Day thing. She's our Bennett Footy, gotcha. Okay, Bennett Footy on the server then as well. Korchi on the server. To be honest, I don't know much about Korchi. Maybe we will learn. And yeah, Lars, very well known from RPG gameplay. Really solid player, very experienced player. Mainly plays like RPG stuff, I think. And is very used to playing under pressure, grinding some world records on very long maps. And that kind of experience will also help, of course. Maji, one of the mappers. So will probably also not compete. Mange moi le bolet. I don't know this player too well. I think I've seen the name, but I'm uncultured. Massa with the rally car in the middle of stadium cars. Of course, pro player, very good player as well. I don't know how close this is to Massa's like comfort zone either, but it's gonna be interesting to see. It's gonna be interesting to see. Nixolai as well on the server, more Norwegians. Massa was quite strong on Tompus. Gotcha. Okay, well, that's gonna help. Yeah, I figured that
What
much.
is going on?
Royval.
Why does it take 2 seconds for me to get...
A new sub.
Yo, Elias, thanks so much for the 15. Much appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, Korchi, extremely good RPG or trial player. Yeah, I think I've seen some Korchi like trial runs, I think. But yeah, we'll see. I'll need to do a little bit of digging of the players who seem the most promising. Raftor TV, also not super familiar, but cool to see Americans participating as well. We're probably gonna see like a different set of players. I know that Mada will play in a different time zone, for example, so that's gonna be later, you know? Razzie, very good player as well. There's a lot of good players. Okay, Scrappy, Spam, there's so many. We haven't even got halfway through the list. Okay, there's obviously a lot, but let's get into the map. Let's see what we have here. This is not the map. This is the lobby map. Hello, Argo, J-Dog. Servers, yeah, the game servers, of all things, did kind of explode, but it seems to be all right. Okay, we can continue. Burly Pog also, the ice trial player. Maybe there's gonna be a lot of ice stuff. We'll see. Samifying, fresh off a campaign victory. Gonna be cool to see Sammy on these maps as well. We have Tarpor, I think, who is also going to be an interesting name to look out for. Very strong player. Techie as well. Techie, a Kaki, RPG maestro. Very interesting to see what Techie can cook on a map like this. There we go. Now we're going. Stealth, JT as well. Good to see more Americans. Whiskey, one of the mappers. Virtual, obviously. Virtual committing to... Oh yeah, Techie's a mapper. God damn it, as well. Everyone's a mapper. Everyone's building. Okay, here we go. Deep 2. Deep 2. There it is. What a monstrosity. That's the one. There's a timer. There's also some height things. The height thing goes all the way up to finish. But I don't think we will need that finish thing anytime soon. Very cool intro, by the way. Oh. It's a very cool media tracker effects. The one they did there. Okay. Let's see. Lars seems to have started playing. Let's see. Immediately go into the floor gang. Probably doing some cam 7ing. Can't really complain. You know what? Let's begin the same way. So, seems like we might go up here and then jump here. Now, there's like a couple important things about the very beginning of the map. It's something you want to get consistent on. There's obviously a lot of importance in being able to do the beginning of the map consistently and pretty fast as well, because it's the part that you need to do on every run. So I think we'll see some players try to like find the best strats immediately, and then some who are gonna take these a little bit safer and just try to get like the early PBs as early as possible. It seems like we go... Do we go here maybe? It's hard to say. A bit of path finding. Missing out on the voice acting. I think we can spectate people and we can hear it. I think it should be possible to hear. Am I getting 60 FPS out of this? Not quite. It's a big map. It's fine. It's maybe close enough. Though I could probably turn things down a little bit. I'll do that reasonably soon. So yeah, I think we're gonna see some players already kinda... Like, Scrappy is already going pretty fast here. But it seems like everyone's getting stuck here, doing some Cam 7 magic. Oh, okay, so it seems like people are starting to figure it out. Jumping up here, and then I saw some players going on the left side. We can jump onto Simo. Simo, of course. Khaki winner. The Finnish hope. A very, very good player. It's gonna be really interesting to follow everyone. Kind of try to get as far as possible in these first few days. Yeah, I'm not really sure. Like, commitment is like I think it's more than just saying like, okay, I'm gonna play this forever. I feel like there are some players who we can kind of see doing that. Like, you know, if Virtual says that he's playing this 10 hours a day, then I think he will. But at the same time, I think some players will probably play for like a week maybe and then kind of burn out. It's a rough challenge to play a single map for like 100+ hours in such a small sort of amount of time. Boink. That's a pipe. Brent doing pretty well so far. 130 meters, but falls down. But there's some people seemingly already reaching... Well, I guess like on the left side we can see the floors, right? But I think it's not entirely accurate maybe, because the world record is still kinda halfway through. the whole thing. Some people are showing on like floor 1, but that's probably not the case. Unless this is floor 1 already. Maybe the water guard thing is delayed. I mean, it is a different visual, I suppose. So I think this is floor 1. Okay. So we have actually conquered 1 of 16. 17. I guess the first floor is 0. Sima also falls down to this one. Can't like click on the names, can I? Not really. That's fine. Let's see. A lot of people, I think, still just kind of figuring out what exactly is the strategy on these. We see Lars getting pretty far. Let's jump to Lars. Okay, yeah, Lars is in a very new place. Okay, makes the jump. Seems like this first floor is gonna be ice and tubes, potentially. Lars actually close to the second floor already. On a pretty fast pace as well. Learning quickly. Then just checking ahead, I suppose. This is already 10% of the map, by the way. But I assume that on a map like this, when you design it, you're going to make the first few floors something a little bit forgiving, so that it doesn't become like a reset hell. If there's like a section very early on that's like insanely difficult to do, okay, Lars finding the way. Boink. There's some voice lines as well. Lars might be looking to just focus on the map though. I'm afraid to switch from the player because I know that Lars is doing Cam 7 right now. We could check on Hazard though. Getting into the ice part as well. What kind of hotkeys do I have? Do I have good hotkey luck? We don't have Lars. Don't have Lars here, unfortunately. Nadio, please give us customizable hotkeys. Well, at this point, Hazard kind of catching up. Dude, where is everybody? There's Hazard. Okay. On Snow, though, has to recover. He will not be able to do so. Dropping down. Lars, still. Cam 7ing. Okay, you know what? You can't beat them, join them. What are we looking at? Do you perhaps go down here? Do you perhaps jump up here? I think you perhaps do. And then another ice section where you do something. Actually, maybe that's not the right way. Maybe you go here and ice slide. And go all the way here. Oh, agility dash. Go here. And... is that a plastic bounce? Huh. Okay, so you jump from here to this part. Okay, this looks pretty dank, this whole section. Still have players kind of trying to get to Lars. Oh, Lars moving. think taking speed again. Trying to get the SD going, I think. You can get a lot of speed if you get the right angle out of the ice slide, like out of this ice slide turn, really, into the ice straight. You can kind of extend that into an SD. That's probably what Lars is trying to do. A little bit risky to you know, try to redo this, but it's even, you know, riskier to go with a bad line, probably. Okay, going. Oh, barely made it. And then the agility dash section. There's a gap in the middle. I don't know what that is going to do. Oh, that's scary. Oh, well, it's going to turn the car slightly, but no problem for Lars. So then, I think it's gonna be some kind of a plastic bounce on this next part, where you go into this quarter pipe. There might be a little bit of a bait here, I guess, as well. But there is a red turbo, it seems. Yeah, red turbo, so you go here between these two. You go here, and then fly, and plastic bounce, I think, here. Whoops. Apparently that changed the car, pressing page down. Let's see, Lars going. Okay, bounce 1, bounce 2, and made it. Even a kind of a double bounce. That seems like a risk of turtling, but floor 2 already. In just about 10 minutes, floor 2 has been reached. Sam has been fairly close, but I think this will probably result in a bit of a fall. Oh, turtling. Maybe can save it. I'm not sure if this is in like a place where you can do much, but... Oh, that looks like a dead turtle. Unfortunately. Back in with Lars. Okay, Lars is doing other stuff. Clover also getting fairly close, and Bren not too far. Begin with Bren. Dude, this game needs a better way to switch between players. Okay, Bren is at the start line. We took too long switching players. That's okay. Clover is here. Lars has 0 falls. Yeah. Wouldn't it be insane if Lars just finished this map right now? Would be great. Imagine one-shotting this map. Janik doing pretty well as well, we can see on the left side. There's Tarpor as well. Orchi too, Have. We're gonna see. Clover, I think, just cam 7ing right now. Let's check in. It's gonna be a lot of discovery, of course. A lot of people will just focus on figuring out the routes, and that will obviously be the first day. Oh, well done, Multus. Good job, scheme. This is Deep Dip 2. A pretty big map. Let's just check the overview again. It looks really great. I really like the colors changing and everything. Scenery guys did a good job. There's a crown at the top as well. And we are not quite there yet. Somewhere around this red turbo area. That's where we last spotted Lars, but Lars has fallen as well. Janie not doing so bad. A lot of people in this area actually. Bren and Virtual also. Oh, moving. Oh, Yannex as well, yeah. I didn't spot Yannex yet, actually. Maybe not playing just yet. Boing. Panic. Oh, so close. Is it gonna make it? Oh, climb. Climb, climb, climb. The wheels don't have grip. Oh, that was close. Maybe. Clever. Bouncing up. Landing. Oh, Janik made it. There we go. Now that was a save. Save and a half. Brain making it to agility dash together with Virtual. Virtual going for it. And making it. Let's see how Virtual does the jump thing. The bounce section. Going in. And going. This is a little bit less speed, I think, than Lars. Oh, hits the beam. Virtual probably writing a note to self to go more to the right side on that one. But, I mean, that was looking to be enough speed. Bren will make the same note as well. And just copy Virtual's homework. Cover again here. A lot of players reaching this point, actually. Oh no, the gear. Geared down at the worst possible moment. And I guess that's the challenge on this ice section, really. It's that you need to hold it, because if you make an adjustment at the wrong point, your speed is so low that you'll drop down on the gear, and you will almost certainly slide out anytime you make that small adjustment. So, it's pretty tricky. We have lore. I'm about to re-enable the server controller. I've disabled all the auto-kick stuff for whitelist, so we shouldn't have the same situations before. If it does kick anyone, I'm really sorry. Okay, let's see. At least we know if something happens. Tarpor doing pretty nicely. Where is Tarpor? There. Also getting closer to the second floor. Yeah, the game servers seem to be pretty messed up right now. Hey, Tarpor. The car is actually moving, and Tarpor is cam 7ing. Is there a danger here? Tarpor, careful. The car is moving. Do you think he knows? He is watching, like, this section here, you know? He might not know. It's very slow, though. I wouldn't be surprised if it stops on the plastic, actually. Oh, okay. No danger there. Back to POV. Okay, probably not supposed to be on that platform. Oh yeah, that was the plastic below the road thing. So you need to jump over it. The plastic is, I suppose, meant for the recovery there. So you do need to get the ice slide really, really well. We might see Tarpor go here pretty soon, because we know that Tarpor has, I guess, done that ice thing already. Have a bit of a campfire here. Multiple players. So let's see. Who's gonna go first? Hazard seems to be a little bit further on height. Oh, well, Tarpor is going. I don't know if Hazard is really higher. Or like further, I should say. Could be higher, but maybe not further. This is probably not enough speed. Yeah. So you do need to get like a really good line on the ice, so that you push the ice slide as far as possible. You need all the speed you can get. Alright. Have, Raftor. Hugo also, by the way, a name to watch out for. Seems like everyone's in this area right now. It is kind of incredible that Lars one-shot this section. Lars was patient though. Lars did try to go for the like really good ice slide there. Have they uploaded floor 0 and 1 prac maps yet? I suppose they might have. Matt on the server as well. I know that Matt is a big RPG player. Okay, Lars getting in again. And I think Lars will be ready to go. Going for the ice slide. This looks pretty good. Very wide line. Is it gonna be enough? It's a bit of a diagonal angle, but it works. So Lars has figured this out. Oh. And now we might see a new personal best and a new highest section reached. Just needs to get through this. Sticks to the right side. Bounces once, twice, and into the water. It seems like when you do stay on that right side, it's not that much of a speed check. So I think we will see players adapt that line pretty quickly. That will probably be like a semi-free section compared to the previous part. I need a drink. But I want to see if Lars tries this next section first. Going. Lands into the pole, okay. A bit of a dicey situation here with two wheels on the same side. Oh, decides to go for it and lands on the lights, but falls. Seems like you need to get a pretty clean landing on those. We have Have actually pretty close to on the agility dash, but that is a TMGL identity, by the way, if someone's confused why I call it agility dash. I assume that a lot of people know it. It was made by Carlucci. Very cool identity. Same color and everything. It was also blue. Many runs were clutched on that identity. Remember these attempts, by the way, because when we watch this map tomorrow already... oh, Have is going to the wrong place. Oh? Well, maybe not. Oh, yes. But, I mean, you can probably just go here and turn around and take some speed. I think that's doable. A little bit, you know, slower, but this is kind of what I mean, actually, where when we watch this map, like, in 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, these players are gonna just fly through these early levels. Oh, saved. Oh. Okay, taking speed backwards. Okay. Going the other way. And a bit... Oh, a bit too fast. That is unfortunate. So you can be too fast on the jump as well. So it seems like chaining that from the bobsleigh seems like the easiest way, actually. Can't find any players here. Okay, Birdie also in the wrong platform here. So I suppose you go here first, do you? I'm not 100% sure. We could check someone go from the early places again. Yeah, we have spam here just in the beginning, so we could check this run and kind of see the full route. It's a bit easier to visualize when we see one player do the whole thing. Bouncing here. Yeah. Note to you as well. It's very like Falling Turtles type thing. Joker Lucky. And then this seems to be like the first kind of tricky part to land for these players. Seems free. The start is going to be fairly free for these players. Yeah, just like Deep Dip 1, like first floor was like fairly free. And Deep Dip 1, by the way, Deep Dip 1, first floor, also had like shortcuts and such. And it could be that there's some shortcuts here as well if you want to start optimizing when you're a little bit further in. Unfortunate for spam, missing the line there. It could have been like a bit of a landing bug there. Wall we haven't seen so far. I don't know if there's this kind of a thing. Somewhere. Yeah, I don't think there's like a leaderboard on the plugin. I mean, I have basically everything enabled. Let me disable the... ultimate medals. We don't really need to know that, do we? We also don't need the grinding stats. Where is it? Here. Yeah, there's like a leaderboard website. I saw one before, and I think we'll look into it when there's a good chance. To be honest, like, at this point it doesn't matter too much, right? Because everyone's learning the first floors, and it's gonna be a bit of a Wild West. A lot of movement here. Yannick's, I think, just fell. But we can kind of check in on Yannick's. One thing I remember Yannick's for is that Yannick's had one of the greatest discovery runs on Thread of Ariadne. It was like a 22-minute discovery run, with the author time being 21 minutes. Like a complete bonkers discovery run. That was like first time seeing every single one of the 200 plus checkpoints, and did it in 22 minutes. If you played the map, you understand why that's like a monumental sort of run. Bren actually getting pretty far. Oh, Bren, I think... Yeah, Bren getting into the second floor now. Yeah, also, Yannick won the 1 hour map discovery. It does seem like Yannick is really good at like focusing over like long periods of time. And especially like for the fast learning aspect. Sight reading. Sight reading, fast learning. I like sight reading as like a term for this kind of stuff. It's used a lot in rhythm games, I think. Much less in Trackmania, but I like the term a lot. Okay, Bren, landing clean. Let's see if Bren can actually make it through the lights. Goes pretty slow and makes it. I think we have a new world record run here. And now we're entering unknown territory, and I think Bren knows this as well. Where do you go? There's a guy here. Is this the... This looks like the XTD emote a little bit. Okay, Bren going in. Oh, you need to jump between the... between these. Okay. Here, I suppose the biggest danger is the turtle danger. Oh. Or maybe it is a turtle checkpoint. Somehow. Maybe you're supposed to turtle over this and then hop. That seems to be it. Very clever from Bren. Seems like this beam is there for a reason. It does seem like you can do the jump across as well, and that will likely be the faster strat if someone finds like a good setup for it, but... Yeah, I think this sort of like section around this 200 meter height, which is where we are at, by the way, I think that's gonna be like a big one. Oh, going backwards. Oh, don't get stuck now. Oh, made it. Okay, that was looking scary. Jawohl, I'm above. I don't need luck. I'm taking the spectator seat on this one. But it's already a lot of fun, kind of just analyzing stuff. Also, by the way, Lars very close. Lars is here as well, but I think we check Bren. We have a turbo and a big jump, it seems. Maybe a barrel roll? Let's see what Bren figures out. Bren is gonna figure this out faster than I can. But if you look at the bottom left, a lot of people are getting towards the level floor 2 transition now. Oh, okay, Bren might have an idea now. Barrel roll, landing on the road. Oh, and turtling. This is gonna be impossible to save, I believe. That's probably a reset coming in. I'm not quite sure what you would do after that section, but we have another person for the adventure. Is there a way to move the top left stats? I can move the camera later. Maybe actually, hold on. I can move it. Oh, this is great. That's good, yeah? Or I could move it, yeah, it's moving this only. There? Perhaps? Now there's essentially no information hidden behind the camera. Okay, Lars actually making it clean, not doing the barrel roll. I guess just a clean jump. But are we in the right place? Are we where we want to be? Or is this a recovery platform only? That is the question that I think Lars might also be wondering. Might be a jump here. Going onto this platform. There's a ramp here. Wow, this looks tricky. Lars taking speed. Oh, second thoughts. I think it might be a jump here. There's a barrier, so you can kind of land it pretty far. Going? No. No essential info yet. Yes. Okay. Lars finding the angle. I think while everyone knows that this run will obviously end before it reaches you know, the highest floors, I think the patience is really good. Going and lands it. The patience is really good for the simple reason that when you are patient with a new section and you get it right, then you have like confirmation that you know how to do it. And that's really important, because like if you fail it because you were like a little bit too rushy, you might not learn anything out of it. And there's like a point to like learning from mistakes and such, but if you were like, if you didn't really think it through and if you didn't really find the angle, the speed, everything, then you really like might put yourself in a position where you actually just have to start all over again, where you need to like start experimenting, like, okay, well maybe I can try this speed, and then it fails as well. If you really try to like think every section through like Lars is doing, you will really get these early attempts far. And I think that's what we're kind of seeing with Lars right now. Really being like patient and just, even though it's gonna take a long time to get the next section right, at least he's gonna make it. Or at least he's gonna get close because he's putting the thought into it. So again, we're gonna see Lars kind of thinking about what to do here. Probably bouncing on the beam, maybe going all the way up. Landing here? Probably not on the ice, but it might be some kind of a jump up from the beam. Or maybe I'm misreading this entirely. No, it's actually probably a jump to the end there. We see the beams at the end. So you probably fly there, right here. I think we have found ourselves a new reset point. That looks like a tricky one. But again, Lars was close. I think you can learn a lot from an attempt like that. Lore gang. Hazard doing pretty well. At this point, I will get myself a drink. We have a little bit of a break from any new stuff, as Hazard also falls. You guys can check in on Carl Jr. for a little bit, who is doing pretty well too. And you'll fill me in a moment. Okay, I'll be back in just a minute. we back. Intax, pretty far it seems. I guess Carl Jr. fell down. Where is Index? Oh, here. Scrappy as well. A lot of people trying to figure these specific sections out. Virtual here as well. By the way, guys, if you wanna do clips of notable moments, that can very much help. Scrappy going. Can we find Scrappy? Lens? Or if you're a moderator by chance, you can also do marker comment. I'm considering doing some highlights. This is important documentation of history. Don't think you have any much. That's true. But you know. What's your prediction on winner? And how long until first finisher? I'm like earlier I was guessing Mada. I think Mada is like has a really strong skill set, and the mental that Mada has after like the big grinds like Deep Fear that Mada has done. Bren. Oh no, Bren. God damn it. Scrappy makes it. Is Scrappy gonna figure out the turtle? I think this looks like Scrappy's first time in this section. But yeah, it's impossible to really say what a strong wild card candidate, but I don't see him being a first finisher. I mean, I would say both, but it really depends on the amount of effort that people put in. If you ask me again in like 3 days, I think I'll have a better answer. When we know a little bit more about the players' consistency and like overall like the time they're putting in. Virtual, for example, has said he's committed to doing like 10 hours a day, was it? So you know. That's gonna be hard to match for a lot of people. Scrappy doing some... I don't know. Threats? The beam is there. I think Scrappy has an idea. Goes onto the beam. Turtles. Don't fall now. Looks safe, You guess that I'm gonna be the first finisher? Now that is probably not gonna happen. Hop. And I think the forward way is doable. But it does seem harder. But the backwards way will probably be favored. Okay, Scrappy does make it as well. We haven't really seen people fail this part so far. But it does look like it's very possible to fall off the platform there, because the Tony Hawk thing you do does kind of like make you go further than you might expect. As good of a guess as any. I disagree. Lars first finisher? Definitely possible, yeah. Lars had a ridiculous first run. Lars made it to the second floor. On the first run already, basically. And Lars currently does have the furthest run. Which is not much further from here. But it is still, you know, a couple stunts further than where Scrappy is right now. Okay, Scrappy going in, jumps. Oof, that was actually really close. Now let's see if Scrappy can somehow recover here. before we move on to someone else. Possibly Wosile. There is a recovery path here, actually. Well, kind of. Is it? Is there an actual path there? Juliano, actually, also. Getting to the second floor. You can kind of see on the on the leaderboard here when someone hops a little bit higher. I think that means that that they are on the loop thing. So you can kind of spot those. There is another room for normal people, yes. Okay, this looks very rough. I think Scrappy needs to drop down to the ice part here. Is he trying to glitch through the plastic? Now this is a little bit desperate. I mean, I've seen weirder things happen, but... Bren is jumping, though. Okay, Bren, similar story. What about Wosile? Wosile is there. Still trying to get over the border. You can make clips of like whatever, and you don't need to make them full clips. Because I can always get the highlight later. Actually, I should probably record as well. Hopefully nothing explodes when I click this button, because I don't usually record. I haven't usually recorded on this PC. Seems fine. Should be a little bit better quality. I have no idea what my recording settings are, so... Oh well. Probably highlights that if I manage, but it's gonna be a very busy 2 weeks if I commit it. But I think I actually see this as like important documentation of the whole process. Hazard actually also flying, landing. I think it's good to have like a non-POV look. Okay, Tarpar actually zoomed through. Find Tarpar. Now onto the lights. The rise and fall of Trackmania players? That is incredible. Come on now, guys. I will eventually, okay? I know, VODs. Maybe this time I will. Yeah, Tarpar going for the jump strat first as well. It kind of looks like it's possible, but it's probably pretty cursed. Oh yeah, Hazard stuck on the lights, it seems. Oh, this is definitely doable, and maybe someone will figure out how to make this consistent, but it's definitely not the easiest way to do this. The turtle does seem a lot easier for the players. The final floor does seem twice as long on the height meter thing on the left side. This will eventually work, unless there's some turtle incident, I guess. A big jump? Yeah, actually. There can be something. I don't really want to watch ahead too much. It's kind of interesting. No, I mean, of course it's gonna be a jump at the end. Like, what else is it gonna be, really? Just driving to the finish? No, come on. It's not as much of a spoiler as just like when you design a map like this, you're just gonna make it like that, right? There was a big fall on one tower map, I can't recall which one, but there was like a map where you went all the way to the end and there was a checkpoint and then it would fall all the way back down. Which was kind of cool. Oh, Tarpor actually manages the jump strategy. First ever. And now we're on the turbo. I do wonder if Tarpor doesn't find the turtle strat, if that's going to hinder this process a little bit. Oh, Hazard actually made it here as well. Did Hazard save this... the previous run, or is this a new run? I guess, eventually he got grip. Okay. Ah, that's not gonna go far enough. Let's see, Hazard. This seems like a very tricky jump to get a strat for. It's also the fact that you have like the slippery plastic and then you have like gears to worry about and everything. There's probably like a moment here where you need to get the gear clean, otherwise you lose too much speed just before the jump. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. This could be a strategy. This could be a section where you do this kind of like a khaki type strategy. You just line this up very precisely. You even do the like Cam 7 thing where you try it like this, right? And you just try to get like a very specific angle that works every single time. Even if it takes a little bit to line up, it's probably going to be better. The question is it actually doable on this jump? It's a pretty long setup. That is not going to work. Not quite. I think we'll see players at least attempt that kind of a strategy. In all fairness, that was still better than what my first attempt would have looked like. Masa is gonna get too much speed here, right? Missing the first... yeah. So that's kind of the thing here. If you build the speed from the quarter pipes, it seems way harder to actually get the ideal speed. It seems way better to just chain it from the bobsleigh. That seems to give you the exact speed that you need. Maybe you can spectate virtual. He's a small streamer and may benefit from a bit of exposure from you. True, yeah. Let's check this up-and-coming player. Virtual TM. Maybe hasn't made this jump yet. Trying to find a consistent line, and this could be a good strategy actually, to make sure that you get this kind of a jump. When you have this big choke point, finding a consistent strat, even if it requires like some lineup, can be really good. Virtual may have just found it. Cool, and makes it here as well. Tarpor making it back to the second level 2. But at this point, a lot of players are getting into this section here, but we see many fail on the previous part. We see many fail on the next jump. Virtual figures out the turtle. Boink. And gets over without needing to do the backward strat. It does seem safer to do the forward strat because the car doesn't steer so much, like it doesn't do the Tony Hawk glide thing. So it's probably a little bit more predictable. But yeah, I think this is the choke point. The first like real choke point of the map. And it already takes like, you know, 4 minutes to get to this point. And it doesn't really seem that recoverable. It doesn't really seem like you're going to be able to like land just like a little bit below. Maybe you can recover on some attempts, but from what we've seen so far, it seems like if you fall here, you're gonna fall to the bottom. Bren here as well, by the way. Let me get Bren on the speed dial. Virtual will go first. That is not going to work. But now he knows. A bit of a misanalysis of how much height that gives. Bren has already made it to this section, and this time doesn't turtle. So now Bren, the second player to get a clean landing onto this platform. How many have made it past here? Well, Bren is now the second to make it to this landing. Lars was the first one, and Lars made it a little bit further as well. I think in total, there's... dude, where am I? In total, there's now Juliana as well. There's been... Hazard has been here, Scrappy... Okay, so Lars, Bren... Oh, Juliana. Also landing. Well, 2 players here. Hazard... Lars, Bren... Scrappy... Juliano now. Virtual... Tarpor... who else? There's been at least 7 players who made it to the previous section, and now 3 have made it to this landing. Lars, only one to land on this plastic area here. And yeah, Bren has moved to Australia, indeed. Gaming from down under. Juliano. Not enough speed. Will fall down all the way to the floor. If Bren has better luck. Jumping. Oh, looked like a good attempt. And, you know, we kind of... I don't want to read too much into this because it's really not that big of a deal. But when we compare what Lars was doing and what these guys were doing, Lars took like 5 attempts before he actually committed to the jump. Took like, just check the line, then slowed down, backed up. Check the line again, slowed down, backed up. Did that like 5 times before committing to the actual jump. And Lars made it. Lars made it first try. And this could be like a bit of a benefit on these first few days that might give Lars a slight edge. But we'll see. I don't want to, you know, it's early to make any kind of conclusions here. But it's like a small difference between approaches that I can already see here. It's interesting. It's interesting that there's this sort of like a strategy difference. I can see virtual. Oh, there. Played Magi Multiverse. That was probably good practice, yeah. Whiskey saying something about deep Discord announcements. I don't know if there's something there that I should know. So I should play this map without resetting the timer. You know, the reason why in Shootmania, for example, Virtual gets a bit of an unfortunate ending. Hold that thought. Might still save this. I think Hazard did save this eventually, but the problem is that if you survive this, you still need to somehow get to the center, because otherwise you will fall down towards the end of the beams, I think. Moving. Car's moving. But yeah, the problem with very long runs, if you never restart the run, is that in Trackmania 2 and Shootmania at least, and probably TMNF as well, I think TMNF specifically too, is that when you get to like 1 week of having the map one single run open, the game becomes so laggy that it's essentially unplayable. It is practically not possible to do like ridiculously long runs. And you know, we had these ideas of building like completely sort of unethical Shootmania maps where did Wosile actually land in a turtle and then went all the way through like immediately? God damn. Anyway, we had this idea of making like borderline TAS level maps that we would have like you know, 100-hour runs on, but it's not possible because the game becomes so laggy, unfortunately. Yeah, already a speedrun strat. Can someone try to get a negative timer on AO1? I haven't heard of that, no. Wasn't Rope of Ariadne on the edge of that already? It was, but that was because of a game bug, and it was actually fixed. I don't think that was because of the runtime, but because of the mega multi-lap aspects. So that kind of a crash, like game crash, doesn't happen. And it's not that the game crashes on like super long, and I really mean like 50-hour plus runs, like multi-day runs. It's not that the game crashes necessarily, which it can as well, of course, but it's that it becomes laggier and laggier, and at some point it's just not playable anymore. There was a guy who wanted to get a 100-hour run on a map just for a meme. But unfortunately, the game crashed like 70 hours in. This means that he made it to the last checkpoint and just AFK'd there for like 3 days. Boink. Bren. Getting clean. Oh, chaining it, holy. Okay, Bren, speedrunning. That is some confidence. But I mean, when you do that one time, even though it feels like, okay, if this fails, it's gonna be so useless. But if you do that one time, then you know that you can do it. And then you can get really efficient. Now the question is, this is where Lars was last time. Lars failed this jump right here. So now, can Bren get a new record? Wosile also coming in. So what you need to do here, it seems, is you need to jump a little bit to the side and hit one of these plastic things. Bren! Wow, the double bounce. And it works out. Probably not the safest strategy, but we have our new record. Bren has reached the furthest point. And it seems like we have a floor Wait, it's not floor 3 yet at all. It's nowhere close. But I suppose this is like floor 2.5. We have a sound a voice line that we will not hear because the players are not taking them. We might be switching up the style a little bit though. It does seem like we go over here. Landing here, I think, and then going up on the pipe. That's what it kind of looks like. Let's see how Bren manages. Voice line plays automatically for players using the plugin. Oh, okay. So you don't actually need to go to the platform. It's kind of unfortunate that it doesn't play to us, but no, it's good though. It's always better to have more. Okay, was Wosile still in the previous section? Oh, okay. Bold. Let's worry about Bren first. Going in. And notices too late that the line was bad. Oh, I wonder if... Nah, probably not. I wonder if Bren could have skipped the turtle part, dropped from the platform to the jump again, but yeah, that did not quite work out. Was Wosile doing? Wosile seems to have fallen, so Bren will be the one to hold the crown for now. You know what? Let's check in. Let's check in on Wosile doing this start right now. Kinda get more into this early part of the map. Dude, my FPS is tanking a little bit in the start, but hopefully it's not that visible on the stream. I think it's dropping to like 40 or so it shouldn't be a big difference, but I should lower my settings a little bit. Cinematic frame rate. Ghost Rider. So this is the start of the map, for those who haven't seen it yet. We focus a lot on the latest achievements, but of course, whenever you do a run, you need to get through this part first. Wosile makes the landing, and now from this point, you take speed, and you have to do a pretty tricky ice slide afterwards. Let's see if there's any new strats here. I think it's just a clean line that you need to get. Oh, plastic, doing plastic things. All good. And then Wosile, going for the ice slide. Need a really good speed. You have to land on the platform above, not on the plastic. Just like so. Virtual also doing pretty good. So it seems like players, for the most part, getting pretty consistent on this first floor and the, let's say, floor 0 and floor 1. Oh. Looks clean. Hugo here as well. A lot of people here. Seems like Tarpar is actually landed on the indent road. Hugo. Seems like a Cam 7 strategy right now. But Wosile is getting faster here, by the way. Wosile already through the barrier again, as we get into this. Bren also. Like, these guys are already learning the floor 2 setups pretty well. But it does become really clear that this is like the first tricky part, because this is where the pace slows down significantly. A lot of the previous part, these guys are already chaining like crazy, but this is more like setting up setting up some stuff. Yannick failed the jump Lars failed on. Gotcha. Completely missed that one, but we will have some players getting into it. Bren and Wasile both. Bren has made it through. The only player to do so far. Yeah, it's really like that, Squiggle. Like the first runs that we saw, people getting to floor 2. Okay, clean from Bren again. Wasile still lining up. Bren going. This time looks better. So close. It is technically a new record. New record. Wasile did not make the landing. Checking on Tarpor seems to be pretty high again. On the beam. Yeah, but the first runs to like the floor 2, the beginning of this floor, were like 10 minutes, and now we have these guys going at like, you know, 3 minutes, 4 minutes pace. That is quite something. Rozzy on floor 5? No, that's not. No, it's Scrappy went to floor 6. Holy shit! Mario's on floor 7. Mario's climbing. Holy shit! Raftor. Holy shit! The wrong warp strategy. Yannick's going to floor 7. They found the elevator. People are also falling down into floor -3. Tarper going in. Looks clean. Into the water. Textbook. Very good. On the dragon kids. Alright, we're gonna have a little bit of a Cam 7 break. We can probably check in on Mario's. I assume it's gonna be a little bit of a break anyway. It's Tarpor's first time there. Tarpor, the second player to reach that section. I really wish I could bind like hotkeys. Focus on specific players. Oh, Mario's a bit too far. That will be a fall. Okay. Harper, perhaps ready to go. So Bren just barely missed this. Let's see. Tarpor lands. We have our new record holder. Tarpor taking the lead in terms of progress on the map. Let's see what's ahead. There's definitely going to be this beam right here. Maybe onto the quarter pipes. So jumping here, jumping here, jumping here, and then landing perhaps on the water. We'll see. Let the players figure it out, yeah? Okay, Tarpor already going, but does not make it. Well, saves though. Saves the run. So this does seem like at least a spot where if you do fail, there's a chance that you will recover. It's gonna be a little bit of a soft reset, let's say. Tarpor, I think, has a good chance. Very good player. Wasile again. Yannick's too, actually. Why do I not see Yannick's, or do I just constantly miss Yannick's on the... No, Yannick's is there, yeah. Somehow just hidden a little bit. Let me find Yannick's right there, in case it goes first. Oh, Wozile is gonna be the first. Oh, looks like a little bit to the side. Still manages though. Very good, very good. Yannick's going as well. I'm so glad they wait for the previous one to finish the jump. Let's see. Oh, that's not gonna work. Hits the beams. How's Simo doing? Currently doesn't seem to be super high up here. Right there. But I feel like probably like 70% of players right now have reached floor 2. That's where it gets tricky. This is like halfway through floor 2, as I understand. At this point, there's not a whole lot of like height gain. The height gain, I think, comes from the quarter pipe jump a little bit after. That's going to be a big bump in the height score, but in terms of map progress, this is obviously pretty good. Of course, there can be some like shortcuts that people find as well. Okay, Wozile, chilling. Doesn't seem like many people are very close by just now. Wozile is kind of alone here. Hazard, we can see there. Getting over the barrier. Use plugin called Too Many Players to click on names to spectate and favorite them to have quick access. Oh, I need to get that. Let me check when I have a good sort of spot for it. Alright, Wozile. Okay. We also have Bren coming in again. Bren actually getting here very often. Seems to be very consistent. Hazard, I think we saw land there as well. But Wozile going for the jump. Only Tarpor made this so far, and Wozile will be the second. Wozile seems to be ready to go on the pipe as well. Probably Cam 7 the good part ahead, so going in. And now the jump to the platform. This is something that Tarpor did not manage. Wozile with tactical wallbang to not go too far. Clever. And yeah, fail safe indeed. It's not quite like directly below this, but there's a chance that you fall there. Okay, Wozile. Wozile makes the new record. There it is. And this is as far as he has checked. But I do believe you go somewhere here. Actually, maybe that might be a fail safe as well. I think what you do is jump through here and land here in the middle. And then probably go here. And is this where the next floor begins? That could be. This looks very exciting, but we'll see. No, Wozile didn't win. This is not the end of the map. No. Incorrect. Yeah, like getting up here, like remember there's 17 floors total. We, right now, or let's say there's 16 floors to clear. That's probably the, correct way to put it. Is that even true? I don't know. I can't count. The 16th floor is the last one. We are not even on floor 3 yet. This is not too different from like the first Dip in some sense, but I feel like at this point some people were already on like floor 4, floor 5 maybe floor 4. And remember that that map, Deep Dip, was also shorter. I believe that it's accurate, Bum. Yeah, I believe that the last floor is actually a lot bigger, but I think the reason behind that is some you know, mega jump, some cinematic finale for the map. Fossil coming up with the strats. Carl Jr. also, actually. On the same floor, but it's like we have these players, right? We have Fossil here, and then we have these guys here. Intax, Yannex. The distance from this point to this point, or the other way around, it's pretty big, right? Only one person has been here, and probably 30 people have been here. So it's a bit of a difference there for sure. Can't really say that, you know, they are very close, even though the height is fairly similar. It's pretty quiet right now. We see Yannex there. Jumping around. Okay, Fossil, ready to go. The barrel roll... Oh, not quite yet. Taking a bit more speed. Might go for one more. That may not be enough speed yet. Now goes. Is it gonna land? Oh, it's so close. It's so close, but now I think it's at least close enough that Fossil now has like a reference for what it should be next time. I think that might still be helpful. Then we have Scrappy. Looking to get to the same area as well. Good one, Hoppa. Do you know why Wildcard tag is lagged on plugin? Maybe there's just too much stuff happening. It might even out a little bit when we get a little bit further. Hazard jumping in. Did Hazard land it? I kind of want to see Scrappy's first jump here. Hazard did land it. Bren also lands it. This is, I guess, Scrappy's first time on this. Goes for it. Jumps. Oh, wait, no, Scrappy did land once here. Yeah, I actually forgot already. Scrappy did land once here. I don't think there's a recovery, even if you don't turtle that one, so it's a bit of a reset point. Bren and Hazard seem to be doing really nicely. Hazard shortcut the next one. Did he know? Bren? Okay, Bren had some mega bones there and did land back here, so gets a new chance. Hazard. Bouncing. So close to the water, tries to backwards turtle and makes it. Nice. Water, if you don't know, always rotates you the right way up. Bren going as well. So if you just get to that water, you will be fine. Bren also gets the water. Is Hazard go already? No, Hazard is still. Let's see. Bren might be the first one to go. Bren did try this jump one time already, but didn't make it then. Maybe better luck this time. Oh, crashes the wall. Goes again. We have Hazard going now as well. And looks clean. Bren. Makes it as well. Now Hazard might join Wasile. Oh, not quite. That's a big fall. It's all the way to the bottom. Bren is the next one to try. Wasile is back here as well. And Wasile so far is the only one to make this jump. So we'll see Bren going in. And makes it. I think Bren is really good on these pipe sections. I think whenever I've seen like a insanely cracked pipe map Waljagord, it's always been Bren. Wasile actually doesn't make it, it seems. Seems like there is at least a recovery path here, back to the second floor. So Wasile will make that jump there. Doesn't lose all the progress. Yeah, like this platform here can be like a good recovery, or if you somehow bounce from this plastic and you land here, you'll probably be fine as well. TMGL practice finally paying off. Yannick's jumping in and makes the landing as well. A lot of people in the earlier parts. Bren alone on the quarter pipes. Is he gonna make the jump? Wasile did fail this earlier. Bren fails it exactly the same way. And unfortunately falls even further down into a turtle. Just resets entirely. Immediately. We have Yannick, I guess, still there actually. So let's check in on Yannick. Yeah, I need to check that plugin. That plugin for the player hotkeys. When there's like a quiet spot, I'll check it out. I do wonder sometimes, like, you know, players might be taking breaks even if they know what to do, just to like focus up and remember the next section. So sometimes I do think like, what is the player thinking right now? Like, are they just looking at the route, or are they just looking to like calm the nerves, or also looking to calm the nerves? Yannick does go now. Doesn't have the line. One thing that I personally also can sometimes find useful is that you kind of think of the ways that you can fail a specific section. So for example, here you know that, okay, if I turn too late, I will crash the wall. So then you can recover before you actually, like, you know, notice that, okay, this is not gonna work. So you kind of remind yourself, like, okay, these are the ways to fail. There's one more, the beam. Something to account for, I guess. The line on that jump seems very specific, but doesn't seem like insane to memorize necessarily. Josh here as well. Full speed player. If this is the Josh that I think it is. Corsi actually making it here. Mostly known for full speed anyway. Corsi's first time in this section. Might be looking to figure out the strats right now. God. Why does page down not move the camera? Boink. Corsi. Boink. Clean landing. But now it's time for the tricky one. We've seen maybe the 50% success rate on this one, maybe 60% overall. On first try though, it's probably like 25% success rate on this next jump. So it's a little bit of a tricky one for sure. 800 years old and still gaming. Tarpor going in. Bounce. And doesn't bounce enough. That felt like a little bit of a scam, honestly. I think the line was pretty good. But the bounce, not great. Portia going as well. First try on this one. Oh, misses the line, but good reaction will save the run. Lands back here. And round 2 begins. No snake? Yeah, I haven't seen one yet, but maybe there is something. The thing is that you can fall all the way down just about anywhere on the map. Oof, beam. That is not so recoverable, unfortunately, so Porchi all the way down to the bottom. We can check in on... Let's check in on Hazard again. Getting pretty far once more. Actually, Bren... Is Bren a little bit further? It's hard to tell from the height alone. Yeah, Bren is further, I believe. Yeah, Bren just made the landing again, going back onto the pipe. Jumping in and lands it, and now with maybe a little bit more confidence, might be the first to land this quarter pipe. Barrel roll as well, goes straight into it. Is it gonna work? Oh, once more. We've seen 3 attempts on this one, 2 from Bren and 1 from Wosile. And 0% clear rate on that one. Oh, Hazard, not the greatest line, but manages to recover. You're gonna Hazard a guess. What does that even mean? Good line. And into the water. Let's see. Hazard feeling pretty confident now. And when this confidence kicks in, 1, we might see stuff like this happen. But 2, we will also see much more faster attempts. More faster attempts, whatever, Englando. Like, let's just look at one of Hazard's runs to the second floor right now. Already looking pretty confident in these early sections. Yeah, look at this. Jumping directly into the line, going into the quarter pipe, barrel roll into the water, basically already running the first floor, right? Does Hazard have a stream? To be eligible for the prizes, you need to stream your full run. I guess it's possible that some people are not streaming just yet. Only might start streaming a little bit later when they are confident on the, you know, most of the map at least. Hazard is streaming? Gotcha. So yeah, the player POVs are probably like 95% of them are on Twitch if you want to check some specific player. If Villa was playing, he would have finished. I would be finished. I think, yeah. I think I would be finished with this map, as in I just would have already given up. Boink. Oh, Hazard going for a 360 tread. Look at this, already finding the optimizations. And then the ice slide. That's probably not enough speed. I think Hazard knows it well. Turns around. The confidence is... It's getting there, you know? One player we haven't actually seen in a while is Lars. Lars had a really insane first run, but has been a little bit quiet since. We've seen Bren, we've seen Hazard, we've seen Wasile. Tarpor as well has done pretty well. Yannex as well has done pretty well. Lars got to the big jump, the one with the plastic bounce. This one got there really quickly to this area, but then I haven't really noticed similar runs. Matt actually. Tries to recover. This recovery doesn't really seem possible. I think there's probably some way to get back into some earlier part there, but ooh, is this gonna work? There's no chance, right? Yeah, no chance, unfortunately. Okay. Let's check in on... Wasile is pretty far right now. I feel like I can't read. Rafter was doing pretty well, but seems to have fallen now. A little bit. I guess it's Hazard Party. Once more. Getting into the big jump. The plugin? Oh yeah. I... Actually, let me just get it. There's already a Dips++ update as well. Oh, it's reset the timer. Gotcha. Okay. Well, I guess that's a session timer. We don't really need that, do we? Show... green timer. I'll just turn it off. We don't need it, I don't think. So, what was it again? Too many players. I have no idea how to use this, but we will learn. Hazard going in. Makes the landing. Holy shit, what the fuck is this? Get out of here. Excuse me. Act. GG. Hello, Hippa. How do you get into the public server? Is there a queue? I am not sure. This one is the streamer server, so this one is like whitelist based. But there is another server that anyone can join as well. I am not entirely sure how that's gonna work. Oh, there's the join link. Earlier on, the game servers were pretty broken, so I don't know if that's still the case. If it's not from Zertrov, it's a virus? That's what you tried to say? Hazard? Actually, no! What? That's a big scam. What on earth was that? Come on. No, that was actually just a meme. Come on. Look. I don't have a horse in this race. But I can see a scam when I see one. I can tell scam when I see one. Yeah, not really super successful. Are we gonna try this again? I think there's some problem. Auto update, don't auto update. What is this size, man? Holy shit, stop blinking. Why is it blinking? Okay, this is unusable. Is there maybe some settings? Or it just worked? I don't know. I might need to try that. Oh, I didn't disable the blinking mode, yeah. Oh, actually, Korchi almost manages to save this line, so I guess that's actually a thing. We will see players attempt that later, I guess. Oh well, I'll check in on that plugin. Maybe being in spectator mode is confusing it. Well, it would be interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I'll check if that works somewhere else and see. Oh, Lars barely failing the jump. I think that was the first time that Lars was back on that section. I haven't seen that earlier, at least. And it's been like you know, a good 1.5 hours, I think, since that happened. Matt has made it to the big jump. Yeah, it might be 4K things, Voltus, but like, it should be resizable. I don't know why it's blinking though. Oh well, we'll manage. Especially when the pace kind of slows down and, you know, we don't need to change the player like every minute. It's fine. Yeah, I mean, Lars did have like a very good method on learning those new sections. But, you know, it's early days. Early days still. I do wonder what's causing maybe some players to not get to the second floor. Not get to these difficult jumps that seem to end runs for Bren Walls Island Hazard. Matt, going in. Oh, never mind. Taking a bit more speed. One more round. And now, attempting the jump. Turn, and hitting the beam. Oh, not hitting the beam, but not making the landing either. It was very close though. Does seem like you can still land like below the, the beam, which is good to know. Oh, carpet. Those with a little bit too much speed will fall down. But Wasile? Makes it through. Has really picked up these lines on this big jump section really well, and of course I jinx that jump entirely. I am so sorry. I have no idea what the record currently is on public server. If anyone knows how far they've been. Yeah, Bren also going for the early turtle strategy. It's really cool that people are already doing these small optimizations to make the runs more efficient. And for the backward strategy, Hazard making the landing a little bit further. Two players know there's a caster cursing them. I mean... Also Hazard, by the way, going on the other side, so that the setup for the next jump is better. So Hazard actually like starting to really think like, wait a minute, I can do this in a different way to save a little bit of time, to be more efficient. And I think this is like one of Hazard's strengths that we already talked about, like being able to pick up these like fast strats to be more efficient. This is under 4 minutes on the water. And zooming in, and seems to make the jump too. Very good. I assume, by the way, that this is on an old map base, so the wood surface likely is the old wood, because the map was started way before the wood update. Just in case anyone's wondering about that. Hazard actually getting to the quarter pipes. Third player to do so. This is the first time that Hazard has made it all the way here. Bren actually... Oh, Bren has made the landing. Coming out of nowhere. And this is the best run so far. We're gonna see if Bren can make it any further. Gonna be a jump just about forward from there. Hazard actually also trying it, but not quite making it. Right now, taking up speed. See if we can get to a new floor. So close to floor 3. I think we reached it. There we go. Floor 3 by Max Chess has been reached. Summer Slide is the name. It's gonna be very interesting. We have reached floor number 3. This one already looks cursed. Bren making it easily though. And then some wet icy wheels, I suppose. That's gonna be great fun for the whole family. We do seem to have a plastic turbo here. So I think you just need to zoom directly into this one and then bonk and fly. Let's see if Bren manages. Don't think you do too much here. I think you just go in and bounce. Let's see. Lining up for the turbo, and... Very nice. Very good. Bren is gaming. It is actually like a full floor's difference between Bren and everyone else right now. Kind of speaks of the difficulty of the second floor though, like floor 2. I guess it's the third floor technically. Dude, I need a drink. My voice is gonna be gone. I guess right now we're just looking through the next section. Seems like this section will be like plastic wet wheel based. Bren going in. A bit of a tricky section. Is it wet icy wheel plastic? I think it is. So it's not simply wet wheel plastic. Oh, barely not making that. It's actually wet and icy wheel plastic. You can have wet wheels and icy wheels simultaneously. I always forget the order. You need to get them in a specific order where you either get wet wheels first or you get ice wheels first. I think in this case you probably do get them in the right order. So it's like water first and then ice second. And then you keep both. If you get icy wheels first and then wet wheels, then it gets rid of the icy wheels. But plastic also retains both. So it's Hazard is pretty far. Oh, Hazard has made this jump as well. But yeah, it's a very specific sort of grip. It's very sort of odd to play, and I think we will see people need a bit of time to kind of get used to it. Wet first, yeah, that's what I think. And like, why would there be water everywhere and then ice? Like, that kind of makes sense to me, right? It's still being worked on. Yampe. Hazard makes it as well. Floor 3. There it is. 2 players now, having reached that one. I'm curious if Wosile, the first person to reach that final quarter pipe section, is gonna be the third to join these guys. Or if it could be Yannex as well. Yannex has had some pretty close attempts too, but didn't quite make the quarter pipes yet. I think. I'm not 100%. Made it very far to that point anyway, at the very least. But we'll see. Hazard, try this. Actually, can we perhaps see the wheel display? It's not gonna be correct right now, but we might see it on the next one. So, Hazard makes it here. It doesn't display wet wheels for some reason. Okay, well, you most definitely have wet wheels here. It's not like fake water or anything. I guess we can't see it from there, but see what Hazard can do here. Seems to know what to do. Goes in. Need to make sure you don't jump too far. Hazard. Landing in. Just trying to get used to this grip. Now going for the big jump and makes it. So Hazard taking the lead from Bren right now, making it to the third pool of the third floor. And why am I here? can kind of see what's ahead of us. I think this might be a wheel clip, actually. I wouldn't be surprised. No, maybe not. I guess you just take it clean and safe, land into here, and... hazard. Oh, too much speed. Flies all the way to the... no man's land outside of the map. So that's gonna be a reset. But a good progress from the player still. Starting to make it more into the later sections of floor 2 and also later the early sections of floor 3. We're already seeing all these speedrun strats on floor 2. Actually, Hugo and Marius preparing for the big jump section. Marius going for it. Will maybe make it. Well, it didn't make it. Unfortunately, Bren just backed up there, so we couldn't see. But Bren, very confident in this jump. Just goes in on the next one as well. Seems to be very comfortable with this section already. And then one of the harder jumps off this floor. Bren looks to have a good angle. Oh, not enough bounce, and will fall outside of the map. That's a reset coming in. Lars, reset coming in as well. Scrappy, reset coming in. Is anyone actually on a run? Not Marius. Can tell you that much. We can kind of check on one of these players getting back up from the first floor. Can be that kind of a position here, where you can kind of show the map to people who haven't seen it yet, and also explore Yannick's how well he's learned this initial section. Couple plastic bounces, couple bobsleigh blocks as well. Some pretty sort of usual RPG stuff, I feel, in this very first section. And then the ice into the pipe. And then the ice section, which we've seen people fail. Yannick will also fall here. There's a recovery path, it seems. Some kind of a recovery path, at least. Oh, unfortunate. I will think. I will get myself a drink, I think. Real quick, I think Bren, Hazard are right now entering the second floor, so we shouldn't be in too much of a rush. We can kind of leave Yannick here on this camera. So I'll be back in just a minute. Speedrun. Speedrun indeed. we are kind of already setting some kind of like a tone for this competition. We're seeing the same names at the later parts of floor 2 all the time. We see Hazard, we see Bren, we see Tarpor, we see Yannex as well. So Wolsile also. So there's like this sort of like group of players that seem to be getting there much more now. But I think a big part of it is that if you get stuck in these earlier sections, you just never get the practice that you really need to actually progress to those parts and to actually start getting the strats in. If you get like one attempt, also Hazard doing pretty well all of a sudden. Going actually, the thing about Hazard right now is that Hazard is speedrunning already. I'm looking at the side like, okay, Hazard just entered floor 2, so we can check in on Yannex, right? We can't. Hazard is gonna be done with this in like 1 minute, so I need to be careful. But this is the thing, like when you get to these jumps once, twice, 3 times, you start getting much more comfortable, you start getting more efficient, and then you also like really pick up the sort of confidence that you need to get those sections more consistently. So I think that's a big thing that we'll see. So when we have another player who gets to this part of the map, they will get there more often afterwards as well. So since, you know, no one's very close to finishing the map right now, we're not really on like a big timer yet. So I think we might have like another player join these players in these floor 3 attempts pretty soon, as soon as they manage to get through the floor 2 once. But we'll see. Hazard, so far, very confident, getting to this same section. Let's see if the landing can work. Has to be a bit slower than last time, and manages to do it. Lessons learned from last time. And we get to the next section. Hazard might already have an idea of how to do this, but maybe a bit of a safety cam 7. Oh, forget about safety, I guess. This is still, remember, this is still wet, icy wheels, so the handling is ridiculous. Just going in, jumping, hopping the turbo, and makes it. There's a backflip as well, apparently. Makes it all the way. We might have a floor 4 attempt here. And now it seems like it's time to breathe a little bit. This next part, we have another ice section. Seems like a jump over here. And then another careful line through these sections. Jumping in, jumping in, jumping in, and the water will be the break point there. Doesn't seem ridiculously difficult to pick up. Like, we've had a lot of pathfinding challenges before. This seems very straightforward. But you do have the icy wet wheels on plastic. That does complicate things. It's straightforward, but it's scary. It's really scary. But we'll see. We'll see. Hazard maybe has got that feel for this handling already. Goes for the jump and manages to do it, and now needs to just not fall off. And it looks so goofy because we've had way tighter sections before, but it's just the wheels. It's the wheels are gone at this point. Going for the next jump, manages it. How's the handling? Manages to get up. Now one more jump and there's some safety water. Lines up. Goes for the jump. And lands. Oh, that's scary. That's so scary. But Hazard is Safe. We are at almost 400 meters now. Very close to floor 4, by the way. Oh, just going in. Just going in. Let's see it. Buzzard goes for the jump. Oh, looks a bit too far. Bug slide. Oh, not quite getting it. I actually don't think that was too far. I think the bug slide is what you are indeed supposed to do there, but not quite getting the angle. That might have been a little bit too far, in the sense that maybe you do need to start the bug slide a little bit earlier. Hard to say based on that, honestly, but I guess from here, when you get to this point, this looks like the next floor, right? So I think we are one jump away, essentially, from floor 4, and I will say floor 2 took way longer to clear than this one. Also, we have a new name on the server, and that is a big name. Scandier. Already doing these level 2 jumps. Actually, don't know. Scandier wasn't on the server earlier, was he? I would have noticed. So, I think maybe Scandier played on the other server, maybe in solo? Or maybe this is just a casual first run, I don't know. Let's see it. Going for the jump. Seems a bit far, but gets a very lucky bounce on the beam. God damn. I mean, you know, might have been extremely calculated as well, I suppose. Wouldn't put it past these top players. Scandier, a very good RPG player, of course. Seems to be very confident. I feel like this is not the first run, you know. Scandier was on public server and made floor 4. Okay. Okay. So we have a little bit of veteran here then. That makes a lot of sense. So might have the actual leader of the party here. Looks very confident. Scandier was one of the names I mentioned in the beginning, that if Scandier is committed to this, might be one of the winning candidates. Super good player on these like RPG type maps. So we'll see. Not streaming though. You don't really need to stream these early days. I guess, you know, some of these guys not really like big streamers, but all you really need to do is stream your full final run. That's all you need to do. Oof, that was an unlucky bounce. Land. Not in a great place. So that's gonna be a reset, but going pretty far. Another floor 3 that we've seen. And it seems like now we have a bit of a break here. Let's check in on the one and only, Carl Jr. How is Carl Jr. doing? Finding any setups? This is the best DD stream, just tuned in, glad to see some chill commentary. I'm glad you enjoy it. But okay. Good to have you here. It would be really cool if we could see players' PBs somehow. But, you know, I guess we just need to kind of memorize them. Carl Jr. seems to have figured out the exact speed for this kind of a jump, and that's really important. Like, you need to get really consistent setups for these earlier parts, so that you make sure that you don't do like dumb mistakes. But you could with the plugin. Well, you can see your own personal best, but not other people's personal bests, as far as I know. Buzzard, once more, a little bit further than these guys, but let's focus on them right now. Virtual, Lars, Carl, go into a bar. I don't know. Someone can think of the rest of the joke. Seems like people are getting better at this section. Oh, Carl might fall. And will indeed. Let's check on Hazard again. Hazard is in the mud. Let's check on Virtual. Actually, Lars. A little bit further. Makes the jump. Maybe Lars finally breaks the curse and gets a little bit further. Had a really good first run. After that hasn't really made it further, but now looking promising again. So as far as I know, these are about the last parts that Lars has seen so far. Got a really super fast attempt all the way up here. Oh yeah, Bren is on floor 3. We should check that out as well. Can we do some good switching between players? Bren will probably come 7 at some point. Maybe now. I'll take the risk. Lars lining up, Virtual coming into the jump as well. Lars taking a while, but going in now. Oh, will hit the beam, but might save this one. At the same time, Bren still waiting. Where is Virtual? Okay, here. Virtual, lining up for the jump as well. Going in now. And seems to go a little too far to the side. We'll miss that as well. Bren, still waiting. Ixon actually also seems to be getting all the way to floor 2, maybe a little bit further too. Hey, good night, Nat. Bren, ready to go now. Taking it nice and easy so far. Just needs to make sure not to jump too far here. Not slowing down enough. That's Bren's first time on that jump. Hazard did the same thing. I think this is just something you kind of get baited on. That seems to be the case. So not really sure if there's too much to do there. Lars has reached personal best here, as far as I'm aware. Let's see, going for the next jump too. Oh, flash against it, doesn't have the line. Hello, busy coach. I figured that that you know, like an overall view might be sort of missing. So I figured since I'm extremely skill checked, that's probably the one thing I can provide to this event. Love this commentary. I need that. I'm glad to hear. Glad to hear. That's why we're here. My top picks for winners are still hesitating. My top picks, Mada, Scandier, and Mada, Scandier, Hazard, and Bren. Oh, just not quite able to recover from that line mistake. Doesn't really gain much from those attempts. This is the most unfortunate scenario where you know that you failed the angle, but then you also fail the recovery. So you don't actually learn anything from the jump because you didn't do the jump, right? And then unfortunate fall there as well. That's something that happened to me a lot with Deep Dip 1. It's yeah, rough. Oh, miss. You're sparkling. it is going nicely. Really cool to see the progress here. Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, there's like 15 people. There's like 15 people who I think have what it takes to finish a map like this. But if I have to choose someone, like, if I have to choose like 3 people, I think Mada has the mental, because Mada has grinded, you know, a lot of stuff that requires you to have nerves of steel, right? And I think that's gonna help a lot. And of course also the world champion level skill and understanding of the game mechanics. Hazard, I think, has just like an incredible learning curve where Hazard does something one time and then he understands, okay, this is how it works, and then you're gonna see this guy do it every single time with like no hesitation. And I think just the efficiency in Hazard's tries are gonna give him a really good chance. And then there's players like Yannick's, Bren, Scandier, Virtual as well, like with the time that Virtual is putting in, especially. And you know, Virtual was the second to finish Deep Dip 1, wasn't he? So like there's a lot of people who definitely could take it. But yeah, it's impossible to say, but like I have some reasoning at least in my picks here. But this is a neutral stream, of course. I don't really have like a favorite, but or someone. I don't really hope for anyone to win specifically. I think it's gonna be a good storyline regardless of who takes it. Hazard making it back here, looking to maybe finish the floor. Now going in, backflipping into the water, and now we have the... Was it 2 sections left? Yeah, 2 sections left. So this one seemed a little bit easier. The ice jump can be probably failable, but with a good lineup that Hazard will get there. That clip actually helps because you don't need to deal with the weird icy wheel plastic slowdown afterwards. You don't need to really worry about going too fast. And now, very controlled landing. Bren also getting into this floor, by the way. And Hazard up the hill and into the water, and now the bug slide. So apparently, from what I'm hearing, Scandier has done this jump on the other server. I don't know how far Scandier got afterwards, but on this server, Hazard has been the only one to try it. Let's see if he can get it on the second try. Looks pretty good, and that is a new record, at least on this server. Now one final jump, getting rid of the wet wheels. Probably just checking to be sure that there's absolutely no mistake. It does seem like a fairly simple jump, yeah? But maybe Hazard is looking to chain this next section as well. Maybe going to go all the way here. And that might be it. I think you go here and then there's a new voice line, so that we unfortunately can't hear, but you know. It looks like you can probably do that from... I don't know actually. Maybe you can't get enough speed from the water pipe. Bren has fallen down. And you're not so far away. Also getting these jumps in. I kind of want to see Hazard reach the next floor though. So let's just focus on this one. Yeah, the fall distance is really cool. It's a bit hard to read with so many people, but there's like a minus 128. Scandier has fallen as well. It is hazard only here. And finally decides to go. Not blaming the players for taking their time, of course. Okay, gets the first landing and makes it to floor number 4. This one is by Sparkling W, and the name is Your Skewed. Your Skewed. Whatever that means. Already I don't see a route at all. But we might be up for some more pathfinding once more. There's some beams flying around. I think you might go here. Well, no, probably not. Actually. This is why these guys are playing the map and I am not. Falling into the hole. That seems more rational. Oh yeah, it's the fact that the whole floor is tilted, yeah. Your Skewed is the name of the floor. Yeah, the wildcard text seems to be lagging behind a little bit. I'm sure that's gonna be synced later on. Okay, Hazard doing well so far. I feel like this kind of stuff, this is sort of like more traditional RPG stuff. I think this is Hazard's home. These kinds of like road-based platforming jumps. It is kind of funny though. Hazard 2 floors now ahead of anyone else on this run. This floor 2 start is really that's a massive thing. Seems to be a big choke point. The floor name only shows once when you enter the floor at the top middle. There's basically no information behind the camera. A little bit short on this jump. Lands on the plastic. The question is, how does this work now that you don't have wet icy wheels? Maybe you get them back, but it's a good recovery. Might need to be careful with speed here, actually. Does the backflip still work? Still works. Hazard should be fine here. Didn't lose all too much progress. Everyone else is still in the limbo right now. If we just quickly check in, we basically have a lot of people in this area trying to get through the big jump section. The jump part. Lars trying it out, makes the first jump. And I think like getting confident on these jumps is going to be very decisive overall. And like we see a couple players that have got that confidence already. Start going for the backslide now. Again. Makes it. Is it a clean landing? It is. And now probably knows already how to do these next few sections. Goes for some speed. Yeah, now in top middle it says the mapper and the name. For a brief moment. So yeah, there's Bren, Hazard, Wosile, a couple players who have the confidence in doing those floor 2 big jumps confidently. sort of like just going for them, just chaining them, and I think that really like helps them, that they're able to do them quickly. It feels like a lot of these other players are still kind of lining them up and not really getting them that consistently anyway. So I think the efficiency will be like a big deal for these players in getting to these sort of early mid floors. But yeah, we're just gonna like have to consider the fact that this is floor number 4. The final one, 16. And Hazard going for the jump, does not quite make it, and this looks harder to save than the last one. Well, I mean, works out. So, when you think like, you know, okay, floor 4 versus floor 16, okay, we're like, you know, 25% in. That's not how it works. That's not how it works on a map like this, because every time you do a run, you need to do all the previous parts again, and then you need to still do the final floors. So every floor that comes will be harder than the previous one to clear. So we are maybe like, oh, Hazard failing the landing this time. This time we'll not be able to recover, so that's probably the end of this very good run. Floor gang. You know what? Let's check in on Virtual's progress. What floors do you guess is the hardest? I have no idea. We haven't seen most of them. Impossible to say. But if I were to design a map like this myself, the hardest floors would probably be somewhere in the middle. I don't think the hardest floors are gonna be like the very last ones. I think when you get to, like, you know, somewhere like floor 8, 9, 10, that kind of range, that's gonna be the toughest part. Like, that's just a guess. I have no idea. But that's if I was to design something like this. Because after you get through those, anything's gonna be hard. You put like AO1 after those, these guys are gonna like sweat through that. They're gonna have like 200 heartbeat doing those super simple, unfailable jumps. Because you know that you're on like you're on the god run, right? You've cleared the hardest part, you're on a god run. So then anything, you're scared to death to fail anything at all. So that's kind of like the key thing about this kind of a map. The final stuff will be nerve-wracking no matter what it is. It can be absolutely anything. Vito does have a floor, yeah. Hazard is very confident, yeah. Hazard is basically speedrunning already. Doing like some strats that other players are not daring to go for. Yannick has made it to the quarter pipes. I'm 7ing, perhaps? Corchi seems to be fairly close. John Rene, actually. Haven't seen much either. Seems to be getting to the later parts of this floor. Skadier, we see in the distance there, making the jump to the dirt part. But here, Yannick's a little hesitant. Oh. Oh. Careful now. This is the thing. You need to get this one time. You need to clear this jump once. When you do, you will be so much more confident the next time. Is Yannick's gonna do it? It's the mistake we've seen time and time again, going a little bit too high and not quite getting up there. Lands on the ice at least, so a little bit of progress saved. And here we see the confidence. That's the confidence that I'm talking about. And you will get that. Yannick will get that as well, but you just need to clear it one time. It has like a huge psychological impact of getting that one correct jump. So Skandir apparently has cleared this floor on the other server. Oh, barely makes that jump. Might need to find a little bit more comfortable strategy for that jump. We saw Skandir also failed that on the previous run. Hi, Rocket. I do wonder why the wheel plugin doesn't take the wet wheels. Maybe the icy wheels really mess with it. But let's see if Skandir can slow down enough. Oh, slows down with the clip. A bit fortunate, but good reaction to it as well. Not slowing down too much. And then we have the 3 final sections of this floor. My chat is bullying you. Just slap them back, I guess. So tomorrow for map requests. This week it's gonna be on Sunday afternoon. Tomorrow we're gonna focus on the deep discovery still. Okay, Skandir going as well. Actually taking much less speed there, but seems to work so far.
What is going on? Why does it take 2 seconds for me to get...
A new sub. Slap 97 Henri really sad.
Thank you, Henry, for the 34 months. Much appreciated. Unlucky. It doesn't look like... I'm not getting the feeling that Skandir has done these sections before. I feel like Hazard might have the best run. Like, you know, I'm reading into it, like, it's okay, of course, to take like a small break before you go into the next section, even if you know it. But I feel like there's a little bit of Cam 7 going on here. Oh, okay. Launch that. Yeah, I mean, technically, this floor does go a little bit above floor 4 before you actually reach the actual floor. So, so it could be that Skandir has done these like middle parts of this floor 3 where you would see the name on the left side go above 4, but you're not actually like clearing the floor 3 yet at that point. Oh well, maybe we see Skandir get there now, so we don't need to speculate. Only has the 2 jumps left. This one, and then the bug slide. Jumps pretty far. Everything in control. And then the bug slide. Yeah, it doesn't look like a second run, but I mean, makes the bug slide first try. So at the very least, at this point, if this one more landing works out, Kadir has officially reached floor number 4 as the second player to do so. Does not chain this section, probably just starts checking in on what's happening on this next floor. Needs to go all the way up here and can maybe check the next section there again. The previous floor, floor number 3, is by Max Chess. Oh, Lars actually, also. Lars, finally, after having a super good start to the event, getting a very fast attempt, further than anyone else. Now actually managing to get to floor 3. Was the first to reach floor 2, I think, and was the first to get to the middle part of floor 2, but now it's been like a pretty quiet, just 2.5 hours maybe. So it's about time. Lars breaks the start curse. Now starts making his way through the plastic level. Makes the first landing. Gonna check when Scandia moves. We're gonna move to that perspective. But Lars doing pretty well. I think Lars will look at the next part now. And very nicely, Scandia just going to go for the next part. Not quite enough speed. It does seem like you don't need to chain this though. Hello, Uni.
What is going on? Why does it take 2 seconds for me to get...
A new sub.
Thank you, Ghost, for the gift sub to Uni. Appreciate it. Oh, Lars going as well. Where? There. Okay, Lars is going to the wrong direction. Unfortunately. Gonna be and you're alone at the top for a while. Definitely the discovery attempt though. We've seen Hazard pick up some pretty fast lines here already. You go all the way here, drop down, jump, and then take some speed from here, go here, and this is the jump that we haven't seen done yet. Looks simple, but it's a bit of a tilted sort of angle, right? Everything on this floor is going to be a little bit like tilted to the side, so that makes everything a little bit harder. Oh, then we have a bobsleigh part. Oof. With a hole. Sparkling. Feeling evil today. See if Scandia can get to the quarter pipe and maybe even clear it. Perhaps. Everyone else still kind of struggling with these early level 2 jumps Wasile. Seems to be making it closer to those parts Candy are going. Oh, does save that landing. And now getting some speed. Seems to be enough. Should be making this jump just fine. Now for the quarter pipe. Might take another small break here to make sure the strat is right. Hostile. Trying to get to the plastic floor. Bit of a different approach. I think we've seen other people do this to the other direction as well. I'm losing the players. Okay, Scandier not quite ready yet. Final, still looking for the line, looking for the strat. Don't want to miss Scandier's attempt on this quarter pipe. Oh, here we go. Could be the first to make this jump. Goes high enough for sure, but not enough distance. The same as Hazard, but same as Hazard. Lands on to the previous level, so can continue from here. And from here on out, it should get more efficient for Scandier as well, having done all these jumps before. Gonna help a lot. Of course, like, if you get too confident, then you can make some mistakes because you just didn't really pay enough attention, but players seem to have it. Wasile has made the jump, by the way. Got a Swedish ad. I am so sorry to hear that. Can't imagine anything worse. Except maybe falling down on this map. No, the Swedish ad is definitely worse. Scandier we see falling, but that could just be part of the map. Okay, how is Scandier do? Dude, it's so hard to find this. I need to get that plugin working that allows me to set up hotkeys. And I need to hydrate more. Into the backslide. Looks pretty good. And Scandier nicely gets it. Yannick's also, by the way, approaching floor 3. But Scandier will probably get a little bit of a faster run through this. The confidence you get from having been careful, having done everything right on your first attempt, things will speed up. How high is the finish? Actually, I am not sure. There might be some info on that, but it's probably like 2,500 meters, maybe? Second attempt on the quarter pipe. Let's see. Going straight into it. Knows that the jump needs to be further to the left, and it will be, but the same thing as Hazard. Exactly the same 2 attempts here. And also lands pretty much in the same spot again. So there seems to be a pattern, kind of like a learning pattern, where you first don't account enough for the distance of the quarter pipe jump, and then another one where you account for it too much, where you take the quarter pipe a little bit too early. So you don't get the correct positioning. It's really interesting to see these players make kind of like the same mistakes there. It's nice that you can recover the jump, because this jump does feel like something where you really need those 2 fails to learn it. That does seem to be the case. Yeah, the water guard indicator is a little bit lagging behind. Probably because there's so many people playing. But what we just saw Scandier do, that's basically the record right now. Did you make a level? I did not. Not this time. Maybe Deep Dip 3. Oh no, Scandier! No. Going too far. We saw a save earlier from Scandier in that exact jump, but this time no save. Fall right into the floor gang area. We check in on Wasile. It's very similar, these 2 people that we've seen on this skewed level. It's also when you see people like Wasile is here for the first time, I think. When you see them kind of like explore this level as well, it does kind of like show that the handling is really strange. So it is plastic, which means that you're not getting rid of wet wheels, right? Plastic retains wet wheels, which means that it's very slippery. Basically, you can only bug slide. But on top of that, you also have icy wheels. So you have wet wheels, icy wheels, and plastic. So you retain both wet and icy wheels. And then you have the weird plastic handling as well. And it is a, you know, kind of a weird thing to get used to. Oh, Wasile barely makes the landing. That's nicely. My personal best is accurate, yes. It's there at 0. Isn't it just like ice? Not exactly. I could check it in the editor at some point, but it's... yeah, it's a little bit different. I guess it's very similar. Ice, but with mega wonky gears. Yeah, that's gonna be the like, big difference, I guess. Orchie, by the way. On the final jump of 2nd level. Practicing it a little bit. And going for it. Looks good. And manages to clear the level. And goes into Summer Slide. Max Chess having built this level. Floor, I should say, I guess. It's a very cool sort of concept, though. I think it's so far really nice how every level has its floor, has its own theme around it. Your accent is so cool, thank you. A little bit of a Finnish accent. Probably not as big as, you know, the usual rally driver stuff, Wasile. We've seen this from all of the players on this jump, by the way, as well. This one does not seem recoverable. This one seems like a bit of a bait too. So there's like a couple jumps like this. I think you have to fail this jump one time to know what the speed is that is sort of like going to work. That is Wasile's first attempt at the jump. There's still 37 players on the server. This is the streamer server, you know? So, it's a little different. I'm not sure, like, Scandier didn't play on this server at the point where I was watching, watching people get into this section. On this server, Hazard was the first one to clear floor number 3. Apparently, like, some people said that Scandier did it before on the other server, because there's 2 servers, but it didn't really look like from Scandier's previous attempt that there was like that kind of experience. It was a lot of like hesitation and stuff. But either way, both players have now got to the same exact position, which is the quarter pipe jump right here. We're right now waiting for someone to clear this jump, going from here to there, then into the pub. We'll see. We'll see who manages. Let's actually see. Yannick, for the first time in this area as well. We'll see if Yannick also goes too fast and flies over the platform. Do a list of first clears for each level. I don't know. I think it's Lars. Lars was first to floor 2. And then it was Hazard first on floor 3. And Hazard first on floor 4 as well on this server. I don't know about anything else though. Okay, Yannick's looking through this. Korchi getting into this area as well. Let's see from Yannick's perspective if Korchi makes the jump. Does not. Unfortunate. I do not know who cleared floor 0 first. Scandier also... Hey, Yannick's perspective was pretty good. We just saw Scandier there as well on the side failing the jump. And now we can look at Yannick's. I don't know who cleared floor 1 first. Matt. $26,000 US prize pool. That is kind of wild. $13,000 for first place, for first person to finish this map. More than what you make in a week. Uh-huh. Same. Here we go. Yannick. Let's see, is it gonna be the too fast jumps as well? Oh, Yannick slows down a lot. God damn. Well, Yannick's the first player to not fly off the platform there. The long time spending on the Cam 7 pays off. And Yannick can continue getting experience on this level. Probably gonna take a small break here as well. Needs to be careful, the car is moving. So if Yannick... Okay, there we go. If Yannick would have left the car like that, could have been disastrous. But here we go. Next section. Into the backflip. Boing. Clears it nicely. That seems to be a much easier part of the map, of the floor. I don't think we've saw anyone fail that so far. Seems like many streamers are getting tilted pretty bad, making lazy mistakes when trying to cut corners during earlier throws. Yeah, it's... There's two sides to it, because there could be kind of like the frustration that you failed on like floor 4 and then you just want to get back there, right? So you're not focusing on what you're actually doing, you're focused on like getting back to what you failed last time, and then that results in those mistakes. But there's the other side to it is that if you kind of learn the speedrun strategies, if you're able to do like really quick attempts where you can get, instead of spending like 10 minutes to get to floor 4, you spend 5 minutes to get to floor 4. That increases your efficiency a lot. So then that also means that you can practice you can get to the later parts of the map much more often, but to get to that point where you actually get confident with the speedrun strats, you kind of need to do them, and you might need to fail them as well. So I think there's like a lot of strategy in just like doing the parts that you already have done, which is really interesting. Yeah, next. Kind of just driving around. Let's see. Gathering a lot of speed. Plenty to go. And the next jump does have enough as well. This seems to be a pretty forgiving spot as well. We did see Scandier go too fast here. Yannick's taking it a little bit easier. The car slides so far. Even if you do like an early landing. But saving it. Getting more runs in and seeing what works and what doesn't helps for later months. You think it's gonna take months? Well, it's not impossible. Caliberton. I think it's smart to learn consistent speedrun strats on earlier floors rather than taking it safe. Yeah, it's kind of like, you know, if you fail them all the time, then it's obviously bad as well, right? So for some players, it might work better to be a little bit safer and get like a 90% consistency on the early floors. Yannick for the bug slide. Does seem to make it nicely. Goes into the sand and is ready to be the third player to get into floor number 4. So there it is. And now I think Yannick will take a little bit of a break to make sure. Yeah, that was a one-shot, I think. At least, I'm not 100% sure. But it was like, most of the level at least was one-shot. I think Yannick did get maybe to the very beginning of floor 3 before, but it's a lot to keep track of. It does seem like people are really trying to, like, take the safety first on this floor, though. I think we'll see people get a faster runs through floor 3 pretty soon, but it doesn't seem like it's yet there. And here, going in. Boink. Yeah, Scandier doing this without turning around. It did seem like when I saw some other players, like Bren was doing this by turning sideways, and that did seem a little bit safer. It did seem to give a little bit more height for the jump. This seems to work. Seems to work as well, but maybe a little riskier. But yeah, Scandier has done this level 3-4 times. Kind of depends whether we count the, you know, falls from the previous or the next floor. But seems to be pretty confident overall, but goes a bit too far. Very close, but that does seem to be a tricky section, and that is, like, if you fail that, your run is gone. You are out. That is the punishing part of it. Wasile going. Wasile does turn a little bit. Give me a moment, Argo. I feel like for streamers it's also the pressure you feel from the worry that you bore people when not going fast. That could be a part of it as well. Probably depends a bit on the streamer, but yeah. Wasile slows down too early. Is there any recovery here? No. Your run is also gone if you do that. And now we're in a position where Yannick is 2 floors ahead of everyone else. And we've seen that a couple times. It's always been a different player, but... Yannick's now... Zooming. Yeah, the checkpoint version, as I understand, will be released after the competition is done, you know. Okay, Yannick, zooming. Seems to have this figured out. Yannick, of course, also a very sort of like classic RPG player slash mapper, so probably feels at home on these kinds of like road-based transitions. But it's always tricky to sort of try to figure out these kinds of new sections when you know you can't fail. So far doing very well though. And maybe we're gonna see our first clear of the quarterpipe jump, or are we gonna see the same mistake, which is not going far enough to the... That's a different mistake. That's a new one. New mistake dropped. It is understandable because it's a tilted road, right? So, you know, you might overcompensate for it, because when you think about it, when you try to like get the like most space, when you go to the right side, you actually accelerate more because it's downhill, right? But you might not really think that it's downhill. So you kind of like tunnel vision the sort of like what you would normally do on like this kind of a setup, but then you don't account for the fact that you get that extra acceleration from the downhill. That's probably along the lines of what happened. So yeah, let me check the emote from Argo at this point when we don't really have many people on a run. Or anyone on a run. I'm gonna make it caps. Hope that's fine. Is anyone in the disco? Doesn't seem so. This is beautiful though. Right. We haven't seen anyone fall into the floor gang, really. I think it's more likely that you fall like out of bounds. Yeah, my bad, Vero. Didn't account for the people who are screaming constantly. Let's check in on Simo's progress. A player who just won the Kakiest Kaki season not too long ago. Has built some extremely difficult trial maps himself. certainly a very, very skilled player. A bit skill checked by the ice slide. That could be the curse of the player who is a bit more old school. And Simo hasn't been to the plastic level either, you know? Which is also basically ice, right? Like, it's similar. But, you know, with enough attempts, you'll probably get the strats in. I appreciate that Simo hasn't restarted the run, has always continued from the bottom, it seems. 1 hour and 5 minutes in. He's Finnish, so he should know ice by default. I feel like for Finnish players, it goes one of two ways. There's no exceptions. Either you're absolutely godlike on ice, or you basically don't know how it works at all. I don't think there's like a middle ground there. It's one of the two. Which are you? Damn, I guess I am the middle ground. I suppose... Maybe I'm not Finnish. Maybe I'm actually adopted to my nation somehow. I don't know how that works, but... Point. Let's see if Bren can get a little bit further this time. Getting more confident for sure on this level. Zoop. Makes the landing. A nice neo slide there. And Lynch gets to the floor number 3. I think my playlist ended, so this is gonna be a very tense section. Okay, yeah, that works. Plastic doing plastic things. And for the ice slide uphill, more than enough speed. Actually starts chaining the next section as well. And now the key is to not be too fast, but not be so slow that you don't make this first jump. Bren makes the first one. Is it enough slowdown? Ooh. Oh, it's gonna be a tricky one to save. Bren does it though. Well done. Good reaction there. And I think then Bren might be giving me enough of a break to restart my playlist. Go there. Break to change plans. We have other players as well, kind of still trying to get consistent on the start. We have Scrappy, Tarpor, Virtual, Massa, these big names that aren't really... Ah, Bren is going. Okay, well that section is free anyway. Haven't seen any fails on that one so far. This next part, maybe not so easy. But yeah, a lot of people kind of stuck on the... What do we call it? On Thread of Ariadne we... Oh, that's not enough. Maybe landing... Oh, hold on, Bren. What doing? Uh-huh, okay, yeah, sure thing. No problem. Continues like nothing happened. Yeah, okay. I entirely forgot what I was saying. Yeah, on Thread of Ariadne we call it the dirt hell, the beginning. When you're stuck, you can't get out of the start of the map. I don't really know what you would call this one. Okay. Oh, the backward strategy, that's a new one. A Dread Devil, this floor, yeah, but people are not reaching this floor. It's the floor 2. Floor 2, that is the problem. Bren is the 5th player to get to this point. Oh, 4th. We've seen many people go too far on this. Okay, Bren just managed to get it nicely. This is so, like, hard to understand. Like, you don't expect to slide so far. You don't expect that to be a problem, because it's a pretty slow jump anyway. But you just slide so far. Did Warzile make it this far? Made it to this floor, I think, but I think failed the uphill run with the backslide. Does seem to get to floor number 4. Joins Hazard, Scandier, and Yannex in this achievement. So, again, we'll give Bren a little bit of time to to really get comfortable finding the lines. New section, so you need to kind of get into it. I'm gonna put Scandier on and get myself a glass of water, and we'll be back in just a minute. And we are back. Seems like Bren did make it to the next part. Officially now on floor number 4. Scandier will probably overtake at this point though. Just because of the experience. Where is Bren actually? Oh, Bren is actually on the quarter pipe. Let's see if Bren can one-shot it. Haven't had anyone succeed at this so far. Maybe. That's a rough one. The setup seems so difficult. Bren, with some luck, will land this still, and it's a really nice landing as well. Let's see Scandier now. May be able to get it. This is Scandier's 3rd attempt, I believe. Seems to be one of the toughest jumps on the map so far. Lining it up, getting the speed, and still hesitating. Really wants to get a specific line for it. Can he do it? Now going in. No, still doesn't want that line. You just have that feeling where you know it's not right. You know it's not gonna work. This time Scandier's going in. Looks pretty good. Oh, it's just a little bit off. And Scandier gets the unluckiest landing as well. The run ends there. So far the best attempt we've had there, but it's just not enough. Just not quite enough. How long do you think it takes for the map to be finished? Really difficult to say without having any idea of what the later floors look like. Several weeks, I think. I think it's gonna be several weeks though. 19 days, that sounds reasonable. Firefox taking 24 gigabytes of RAM. Nice. Deep dip effect. Of course, at this point we can say these guys, some of them, are getting to floor number 4 semi-consciously, right? So it does seem like there's a good start. Oh, Bren finding a new strat, actually, skipping one of the platforms entirely. We have a little bit of a speedrun strategy going on, and goes for the lineup there. That seems to be a bit of a bad line there. Will not work, but will land it clean, and should be able to get another attempt in if this the second half of 3rd floor goes well. Technically I can play the first 4 levels by themselves now. Yeah, I guess they're gonna be released as individual levels. I think the information will be on the official Discord. Okay, Bren just doesn't want to go too fast. Lands super early. That seems to be a safe strat there. Goes for the backslide. And gets it nicely. It does seem like the backslide is going pretty nicely as well for these players. Really only saw one mistake on it. So when the players do get here and they do land this one, then they need to go around, it seems, I wouldn't know, you know, I don't know the route, but this looks like the route. And you go onto the bobsleigh part, which looks a little bit scary as well. And then go up here, you have some beams, and a lot of stuff. Bren with the shortcut route, very clever. Saves 5 seconds. Efficiency. Probably trying to just think about, like, okay, what do I really need to do here? At this point, I think all of these players, Bren, Hazard, Yannick, Yannick has only had one attempt at this, I think. I'm not 100% sure. But Skandir, I think they kind of have this feeling like, okay, I need to figure out what to actually do on this jump. And when you can just go into the editor and practice, that obviously sets some limitations to how you can learn something like this. You just need to rely on intuition and strategy. We'll see if Bren can manage. Jumped when you went Cam 7 and your car kept going backwards as if you were playing? Really? Okay. Bren, going in, taking speed a little bit differently. Hold on. Wait. Wait. This is different. Has Bren understood something that no one else did? We've seen like 10 attempts at this jump. This is the first one where a player actually goes here. But this makes so much sense. You can maybe make this. Does Bren actually have something figured out here? Let's see now. Come on, Bren. The quarter pipe might be bait. It looks doable, but maybe it's not the easiest way, at least. We can slightly hear Hazard below, but I just wanna look at this guy. Eventually, he has to go. Bren, more like brain. Okay. Decides against it. Doesn't think that it's gonna be enough distance. These players have been playing these games for thousands, maybe tens of thousands of hours, and they just have this feeling, you know? Goes for the wall bounce instead. Oh! Is that gonna... Oh, it's so close to working, but no, this is the worst case scenario. You're kidding me. You didn't just... There's no way he's this lucky. Come on. No chance. This is the second lamp landing save that Bren has done today, by the way. The second one. It's not even the first time he's done this. It's number 2. The actual strategy, though, the strat was interesting. Because what Bren is kind of thinking there is that, okay, I might not be able to make that, like, hard left there, but what if we don't? What if we instead go a little bit less to the left, and we jump a little bit early on the quarter pipe? We hit the wall and we bounce from the wall, which is glass, by the way, which is plastic essentially. So if you hit the glass in the right way, you might somehow like bounce into the quarter pipe instead. So that's kind of the thinking, most likely here. Let's see. I'm gonna guess that Bren will be able to get there again. Hazard is here as well. Boink. No, yeah, like hitting the plastic with your wheels, it's not gonna give you a bounce, but if there would be some bounce, that could potentially work, but I suppose it's gonna be like pretty difficult to find that. Okay, we're back to the thinking phase. Maybe Hazard, more about the action. Seems like both will be thinking. Which floors are submitted by the community? Basically all of them. It's a community project. I mean, I don't really know, like, I guess you mean which ones were like through the like mapping competition, which ones were through the team. Okay, there we go. Yeah. 1, 3, 5, 10, 11, 16. Interesting. Okay, Bren going. Hold on. Let's see it. Bren goes for the traditional jump now, but it's not gonna be enough. This seems to be a bit of a puzzle for all of these players now. How are the bounces going to look? Just fine. Hazard, still thinking. And now going. Going for the wall bounce as well, but it's not. Well, I guess we'll see what happens. Hazard might wait here. I mean, the quarter pipe is tilted, so Hazard will fall here eventually. And most likely to the plastic as well. The question is, how is it going to bounce? Or maybe it will already flip the right way up. That would be the ideal scenario. It's not going to be 5 minutes, it's going to be like 30 seconds. Going pretty fast. I mean, relatively. One thing that is sure is that it's not going to land in the quarter pipe. It will go down. Will go onto the plastic. Seems like Bren has fallen down as well. Okay, something's happening. I did twist, but I think I'm maybe too close or something. Let's see now. And boink. Lunch. Well done. Worth the wait. It's really important that the players can fall to this third level from that section, because that section is proving to be a problem. We haven't really even had like a sort of like an agreement on the strategy yet. So we don't really know if anyone's doing the right strat so far. Bren had some creative ideas, but yeah, we've seen like so many different things. Okay, Hazard, good control. We've seen the wall bounce, we've seen the direct jump. The direct jump so far has maybe been the closest from Skandir, which was essentially like half a car landing on the quarter pipe. That seemed very promising, but it wasn't a landing. So it's hard to say if there's something a little bit easier, a little bit more consistent, because if you need to do this every single run, you don't want to have like 20% success rate. This cast is a really nice idea. Been skipping from stream to stream for myself. That's kind of annoying. Yeah, I kind of came up with it today when thinking of what I could do for a deep div, and it's good if it's if it was a good idea. Of course, there's probably some people on the public server, by the way. This is the streamer, like, whitelisted server. There's probably some people on the public server that are also doing pretty well. It's hard to say because I haven't looked into that at all. If anyone has any information, that could be cool to know. It's always one person at the very top on the leaderboard. So Hazard hasn't found the shortcut that Bren was doing, but this one seems safe and sound. Nobody's really making it past floor 2 on the public server I'm on. Gotcha. Hello, Kiwi. I'm great. Excited to see if Hazard finally gets this one. What about you? It's every single time they kind of stop here. It's like, okay, I don't want to waste this attempt, you know? And you only really have one shot at it. You have to commit to the jump. So it's very tricky. I don't see Skandir here. Might have called it a day. I think so, yeah. I think Skandir either playing in solo, maybe, I don't know. I think Skandir wasn't streaming to begin with today, so maybe just discovering the start of the map and going for the grind later. But it is crazy though, like we have all these guys, Carl Jr., Intax, Virtual, Massa, all these guys are kind of stuck around the floor 2 entry. That's sort of where they've been the entire time. There's only been a couple people to reach floor 3, but like probably most people on this server by now have reached floor 2. Let's see if we can make some collective progress here. Hazard going for the jump now. Well, a little bit of hesitation. Doesn't want to waste this opportunity. Going in now. Let's see how it goes. Goes for the wall bang again. Oh, that looks really promising. Hazard lands it. Hazard does make it past the quarter pipe. And we can get to see the next section. This is the current Walter Kart run. The bobsleigh is next. Let's see how that goes. So, Nicely done by Sparkling, by the way, adding this pole here so you can cam summon. So here's the bobsleigh part. And then you need to, I think, go through the beam. And this looks like a jump into the quarter pipe. And then it looks like another jump somewhere. Maybe here? Is it? Do you need to land this one? Oh, it might be that landing. Oof. Is it really that? Do you need to land here? Or can you land maybe here? Maybe you can land below as well? No, I don't think so. Kinda looks like you would need to go here. And then probably here. Maybe? I'll leave routing to Hazard. Seems to have an idea. Get some speed. Avoids the hole. It's pretty important. And now up the hill. Wants to get rid of the icy wheels. And now speeding up. Gets the first jump. And... oh, you jump all the way up there, but Hazard misses it. And this is a rough fall all the way to the dance floor. That's progress, but there's the floor gang that prevails. So let's take a look at this actually. We were pretty high up actually. So all the way up here, yeah? And then going here. That seems fairly obvious, unless there's something that I'm missing again, which is entirely possible. But it kind of seems like you go from here, land here. Do you maybe... no, I don't think you like bounce on this wall. I think... oh, you go backwards. So you go here, turn around, jump here, and then you land here. Let's see where this leads. Going here, jumping up, and dirt wall. You can stick to these dirt walls really nicely. So you take this dirt wall, right? Land here, quarter pipe jump up. Does this ever end? Where's the quarter jump? Where does it go? It's the edge is blocked as well. Kind of looks like you need to go here, right? You need to just turn around here and jump up here. Go there. Jump there. Surely this is already another level, right? Has to be the next floor by now. Like at this point, surely. Right? Hey, thank you, man. I appreciate it. It's okay. I can also take like longer highlights later. This has to be floor 5, right? There's no way it's not. But that seems logical. I think at this point, you know, we'll let the players figure it out. Hazard's still going in. Feels the progress. A lot of players are still patiently trying. It really is like a test of patience, even at Discovery. You just need to not care too much about falling, because you will fall on this map so many times. It's gonna happen again and again and again, and it's always gonna be your best run where you fall down, and it's hard not to care, right? It's very difficult, but you have to not care. Just what it's gonna be. All Junior we see falling, Yannick's we see falling. Let's check in on everyone's kind of here. Simo on this jump, perhaps for the first time. We have the big jump section. Getting some speed. We see Bren there. Getting the jump. Timo also patiently, kind of taking the lines. Wants to jump to the other side. And goes for it and lands it. Very clean. And then looking through the next section again. Good night, Henry. Practically everyone. Practically everyone in this area. A lot of traffic there. But when you get through this floor too a couple times, you just get so much confidence. And I think when we see players starting to get into that plastic part, they will also start getting there like much faster, much more often. Hazard feeling pretty good about these jumps. But falls down as I say that. Probably didn't feel very good about that one. Bren has made it to floor 3 again. We'll kind of check on Simo's first attempt here. Oh, seems like a good angle. Bounces on the plastic and lands into the water. A very important part in Simo's session today. Getting into this section, getting these big jumps done for the first time. Bren. Learning fast. We'll get to the backflip. Makes it through just fine. Timo, still kinda looking through the next part. Sure, Argo. Where was the link? There. Brent getting into the bug slide now. Kinda wanna see the attempt from Simo as well. Taking his time though. Oh, going now. Bren seems to have made the bug slide. And Simo... Ooh, a little slow on the jump, but that's close enough that you can get enough information out of that to know how to do it next time. As long as you remember what you did wrong, that kind of like close attempt can actually be very beneficial still. Yeah, the Waldegard tag is not up to date. Never mind that. So this time, Bren. Again, taking the shortcut and then into the quarter pipe. So far, the only successful strategy here was the wall hit. Let's see what Bren decides. Bren also goes for the wall hit, but it seems to go into the gap, and this time, unfortunately, Bren is not able to land on the plastic. Immediate reset there. Yannick's is in a part that I've never seen before. Not sure where this is. What is this route? It's some kind of a recovery route, I guess. Where is this? So here's the start of floor 3. Right, so if you fail this jump... Okay, so yeah, you fail this jump, you can land into this water and then you can go back. Okay, nice. So there's actually some recovery routes on this 3rd level. The thing is that this 3rd level doesn't seem to be like a major issue for these players. It's a little bit of a learning curve, but they seem to be fine with this, you know? It's floor 4 that is the problem. Yannick has some lineup strat, perhaps? Going from the line. Clever. Doesn't need to gamble with some weird landings, if you've calculated the landing with the setup. Looks to be enough speed here as well. Now the tricky uphill section needs to slow down enough. Looks very clean. Probably the cleanest we've seen so far. Oh, but Yannick, oh no! That is so unfortunate. That's not the part that you want to be failing. I mean, you don't want to be failing anything. But you don't want to fail the easier part when you already just did the hard part. It's been a long session already though. It's been 4 hours roughly. Haven't seen too many of these players take like longer breaks either, so tough times for sure. Carl Jr. here, getting into the big jump section, gets the first one very clean. Seems to be confident enough to go with minimal setup into this next part. Hazard, in the meantime, makes the plastic bounce jump for I don't know how manyth time, probably a 10th time at this point. Carl Jr., I don't know if he's made this one yet, if he's even tried this one yet. So let's see how it goes. Oh, probably has tried it at least. That was a very quick setup, but is it gonna be... Oh, that's a little fortunate, but it works. You'll take it. It's a fairly fast run for Carl as well. Just over 4 minutes into this section, so the efficiency in getting the earlier parts down is kicking in a little bit. I'm not sure if Carl has tried this one before, but goes into it, so probably has given it a shot. Now turns, jumps, and will make the landing. No spoilers, twist. We will have the player perspective, which means not checking floors that are above the ones that we are currently on. Carl going for the pipe jump. Oh, that looks like it's a little bit short, but at the very least lands on the water below. Maybe a little bit of a mental break. In the meantime, Hazard. Looking pretty solid once again. Here is the current leader, we could say. I honestly feel like right now, obviously, you know, floor 1, floor 0... Oh, is that too far? No, it's fine. Hazard is fine. Floor 1 is probably, you know, the most played floor so far, but I feel like this floor, floor 3, might overtake it eventually. Because it really seems like you fall down from floor 4 to 3 fairly often, and we haven't even reached halfway point of floor 4 either, so it's gonna be tough to say if players are able to actually get consistent on this 4th floor, or if it will stay as like a very tricky section. Maybe, I guess there's still a chance that they are just kind of doing like a wrong strategy on the quarterpipe jump. Maybe there is something better still. Floor 4 is getting these players kind of tilted. Terrible. Let's see now, Hazard did get this last time. This one looks kind of rough. But he manages to do it again. Maybe that's the strategy. Who knows, dude? I don't know. Maybe that's the intended way. Well, it looks to work. That's second time in a row. Does not look like a clean jump, but I suppose the only thing that matters is that it gets you off the platform. And this time, Hazard has made the next jump as well, so we have yet another world record here. Let's see how far we can go on this one. 483 meters, I think I saw. We can probably get to 500 meters. 1/4 of the map done. You just look at this sidebar here. There's like a 25 people constantly climbing and falling in this floor 0 to 2 area, and then Hazard here, nearing floor 5. Checking the next section. We already could check that. Ooh. But it does seem like you go here and then turn around and then jump here and go into this tunnel, and then you kind of keep going from there. Oh, he's going. Let's see now. No need to explain when we can just watch. Seems like Hazard is taking this kind of one jump at a time, which will probably work for the next part as well. Well, it's 2 jumps, but going in and gets it very nicely, and actually tries to chain this as well, manages to do so, and does land the next part, but turtles. Ooh, so close to saving it too. And of course it's all the way down. The, well, you know, not quite joining the floor gang, but fairly close. That is a tough one. That is a tough one, but Hazard had the right idea. And that is 4 new jumps learned, right? So in that sense, it's good progress. But I guess the question is, like, you know, what's your mental like? Because it's very slow progress as well. It's kind of like, you know, getting that 5-10 seconds forward and then falling all the way down again. You do start getting faster and faster in these earlier parts, but like at some point you can't really go like significantly faster. You just want to make progress. Of course, it's only the first day, and I do think that all these players understand that, okay, this is not a one-day project. This is not a 5-day project. This is not a 10-day project. This is something very rare that we don't usually see. You really look like you know something about floor 4. Well, we kind of looked through it before. That's the reason. We've been cam 7ing. That's all it is. So this is what I figured. You go all the way up here, land here, and then you take some... How did this go again? I forgot. You needed to get here somehow. What was it again? Oh yeah, the dirt wall. Of course, yeah, the dirt. Completely forgot. So you go on this dirt wall, and you can grip on this dirt wall. It doesn't look like you can, but you will be able to do this. And then you zoop, jump here, turn around, jump here, then go here, and jump here. And this looks like the start of the next level, but I can't be sure, I guess. I feel like that ending is not too hard. I think Hazard there was probably like 2 tricky jumps away from getting it. Carl Jr. Maybe a chance to make it to floor 3 as well. I don't think it's gonna be a plastic bounce after the dirt wall ride. I think you just directly fly into the court, but it, I guess, could be. I would be surprised if the plastic bounce was like required though. Do they understand it emotionally? In the moment when you fall down, it's hard to. Like, you might understand it, but you also know what just happened, you know? And it sucks. It always sucks. Carl learned turtling on this map? Really? Carl Jr. doesn't strike me as like a RPG player, but I mean, a lot of the TMGL maps that Carl did do really well on are kind of like RPG-ish, so there's probably like some experience there, but yeah, I wouldn't know. Mostly, of course, a lot of people call Carl Jr. the greatest of all time, and not without a reason. The guy has more World Championship wins than anyone else, has an incredible track record in terms of consistency, but Trackmania is a surprisingly diverse game. You might be good at one thing, and sure, like the car handles the same everywhere. On every map you're going to have the same car, you know, apart from rally car and snow car maps, but at the end of the day, like, you know, you always have your muscle memory, but then there are these style-specific sort of tricks, like, you know, ice maps. Yeah, that jump is not too close, unfortunately, and turtling as well. It is a first try, and sometimes you need to fail that first try to understand what is really required of you in that section. But there's this like different, you know, styles. Like on ice maps, you have like all kinds of ice speed slides and stuff that you don't really necessarily need anywhere else. You can have full speed maps where you have like, you know, full speed slides and like the ideal ways to do things like corkscrews and wall rides and such that you might not really learn in other styles. I mean, you're never going to learn something like an upside down magnet speed slide on anything but full speed, right? So if you encounter one, no matter how much you've played the game, no matter how many wins you have in like the biggest tournaments of the game, you will probably be lost for a little bit at least. So might require a little bit of time to get into this kind of a style where you do need to know things like turtling and weird physics things, and all these kinds of bounces that you don't really experience anywhere else. The RPG players, trial players, khaki players, they have that sort of intuition because they do this stuff all the time. But if you don't do that stuff, then obviously it's gonna be a little bit harder. So far, the map looks very diverse, which will probably mean that some people will have their own strengths and weaknesses. They might have some, like, a difficult time to do certain things, but a little bit easier time to do other things. Yeah, Carl Jr. also plays Cam 3, which for a Discover who run on a map like this might not be so ideal. I might actually discover this kind of stuff in Cam 1. I'm not sure. Lars, someone said, was taking a break. Ever like causing the Neoslide to look like that? It can also be just spectating. Things look a little bit different when you're spectating. For example, on plastic you can see skid marks, which you can't see as player. So there's a, you know, weird stuff like this. Hazard is getting scary consistent on these early floors. And it seems like it's gonna be required. One thing that I actually really wonder is how long a clean run will be. Deep Dip was done in, what, like 20 minutes? I think the first finish from Bren was like 40 minutes or something. This has to be longer, right? It seems like it will probably be a little bit harder of a grind. Hazard? The backward strat seems really good actually. The author time was like 54 minutes, but I don't know what that's based on. Boink. Is this the same Hazard as the one who made the secret Asian TMUF map? I have no idea. Hazard, this is the Hazard who plays a lot of RPG maps. An extremely strong player there. Has a lot of wall records over there, I know. And also has a pretty good competition track record. What does RPG mean in Trackmania? So it essentially usually means like thematic maps that have a lot of like a lot of the time there's like a lot of tricks, right? So you know, your usual Trackmania map has like a steady flow, which means that looks scary. Which means that you essentially have like a somewhat stable speed. So you keep like 250 speed, more or less. Sometimes you go to 200, sometimes to 300. Throughout the track. That's kind of like the traditional way to build. In RPG maps, that's kind of like not really the way to build. Usually you just build like a series of tricks. There's some traditionalized sort of like very normalized transitions and some tricks that you do. But a lot of the time the player kind of needs to find their own lines through the map. There's like the map is not entirely calculated for the player. It doesn't run like automatically. You kind of need to understand how to do the landings and how to do these kinds of jumps. It's sort of tricky to explain, but basically it just means like more stunty maps. Sometimes you have some quarter pipe jumps, you have platforming, like, you know, a lot of airtime. Some flashy things. Pathfinding as well is a big part of RPG. Okay, let's see. Does Hazard get it again? does indeed. Well, that's the third time in a row now. Seems to have the strat figured out. I don't know if that's the intentional strat. I don't know if Hazard knows. But it doesn't really matter, right? Not really important. If you can do it every time, who cares? Seems to be going pretty well. Hazard is the only one who got this time, and Hazard got it 3 times so far. It's this one as well, it seems. Oh, a little bit shaky, but does land it. And now, let's see how this one goes. Has done these jumps as well, but did turtle in the plastic before the quarter pipe that we can see in just a moment. So now, very clean lines, goes in, doesn't quite have the speed here, probably needs to drop down and get the speed again. Maybe tries to still do the jump here, not sure if that's gonna work. Doesn't seem like it will, so Hazard knows as well. Needs to drop down. Or, well, does he still want to try? No, he's probably gonna land backward. Or, well, I don't know what's happening. Okay, well, still trying. Okay. Maybe? Kind of looks like, yeah. Hazard will go and try this section again. Yeah, no, it was a close attempt, but seems like it's not gonna be enough speed. The difference between RPG and Trial basically just is that, like, the short answer is that Trial is harder. There's, you know, some differences, like RPG usually has more pathfinding, I think, than Trial maps. You don't need to have pathfinding in RPG, necessarily. Oh, hold on. Okay, Hazard actually makes it. And this time lands. And now it's time for the dirt. Oh, Hazard, be careful. Be careful, the car is moving. Okay. Knows the strategy. There's no way he doesn't. Goes into the dirt wall. And you have to keep a specific angle and the car will slide upwards. Zooping. Oh, no, the turtle. No, come on. That's so unlucky. And all the way down, of course. Not even all the way down, landing into this cone. The map doesn't even give the satisfaction of landing into the water. Just in the cone. Uh-huh. Alright then. Well, that was the best run so far. And it was a good strategy, and it was a very good attempt, but it's not enough. I will note also everyone else who's joining in, if you have no idea what's happening, we are following the streamer server, which is a whitelist based server, for Deep Dip 2, which is a map that just came out 4.5 hours ago, a little bit less. This map is a pretty big one. Here's what it looks like. So our players are getting Hazard here. Went all the way, if we go from the bottom, we have the floor gang over here. So there, you drive all the way, and you get to this point, right? This is where hazard unfortunately turtled and fell down. From here, you have to go there. There's the ending to the map. We are not very close. Not yet, anyway. But the map... the map is a grind, and I think the players understand this. So, no huge surprises so far. Basically, these players are competing for currently $26,000. First place takes 50% of it, and it's still being crowdfunded. If you're interested in that, there's, I think, donation links, at least on the Deep Dip Discord. So it's a pretty major thing. $13,000, and, you know, going up for finishing a Trackmania map. It's quite something. It's unheard of, essentially. But it's harder also than it looks like. $26,043.69. Our junior does not make it to the landing. Virtual, next on the line. Bouncing. Oh, that's close. But the audio wall saving the run. Hey Tyrell. It's going nicely. Enjoying this this watch party we're having. What about you? Wouldn't be at all surprised if the winner ends up getting well over 20k. Same, yeah. Wouldn't be surprised at all. Might be virtuals, maybe first time on this jump, maybe more? It's all of this is crowdfunded, Veltas. As to why it's so much money, for example, there was a Rocket League organization, I think called Rule 1, that donated $10,000 to the prize pool. Why? I have no clue, but they did. So there are some pretty big donations. Hello, Drum Show. It's a good day to discover Trackmania. It's a massive event. Very different from a lot of other Trackmania competitions, but it's very cool that we have this kind of stuff. Oh, really, Hege? Oh, wait, is it in Civic? Yeah, in Civic. Yeah, that's the one. Okay, well that makes sense then. Civic has also donated subs on my stream. Seems like a very generous guy and very passionate about Trackmania, it seems. Alright, come on now, Virtual. Scrappy flying in the background. Still waiting. No, I do realize why these players are taking a little bit of a, you know, a little bit of time before going in. Partially, you just sometimes want a break, you know? You just sometimes want to kind of relax. And you don't always want to do it at the bottom of the floor, because it's like a mental thing. If you take a break when you're kind of in the middle somewhere, or you're on like a PB run, it feels better that you know when you're taking the break that when you come back, you have like a good progress to build upon. If you're at the bottom, you know that you need to do all the same shit again that you've been doing all day long. Virtual, just land the jump. Nicely done. So I think there's like a mental thing to this kind of thing. I feel like this whole challenge is like 50% mental. Especially because we're talking about first day here, right? So no one should be like tilted at this point. You shouldn't be tilted if you're actually like looking to win this, because it's not gonna work for you, right? Maybe some players play better when they're a little bit tilted, but like if you're like constantly frustrated on a map like this, I feel like when it has to be like a couple weeks grind at least, you will struggle a lot going into week 2 and stuff. Yeah, Virtual did make it through the pipe. So we have a little bit of a chance here. Okay, Virtual almost turtles. Maybe a good time to camp 7 a little bit around and check what's happening here. Now that would have been a majestic way to end this run. It's a little bit of an edge. It's kind of hard to see actually. Not a lot. Not a lot. A little bit. Virtual. Still looking through it. What he needs to do is go through this gap right here by doing a barrel roll jump on this quarter pipe. So on this side here, flying into that gap. Let's see, he's going. Almost lands it. Very good try, very good try. And that's going to be good feedback for the next attempt. Kind of knowing what you did exactly and what you can do differently. Yannick's here as well. Once you do this jump, you have more or less made it to the next floor, which is floor number 3. Let's see. Yannick's getting it super clean. And the next jump should be fairly safe when you know the lineup. Yannick's still kind of hesitating, finding the speed for it. Still looking. No. Come on, Yannick, come on. Now, there we go. Okay. And makes the jump. Well done. But, oh. Luckily doesn't turtle there. That would have been disastrous. Needs a bit more speed. And from this point on, this floor should be fairly doable. We've seen most people kind of like get these, at least most of these jumps. There's like the uphill landing, which is very tricky, and that one players still do fail occasionally, but most of these guys who have been getting here consistently, which is Yannick's, Hazard, Bren, Skandier, Wasile, those players have been getting also to floor 4 pretty nicely. What makes this weird, again, is that you have wet, icy wheels on plastic, so the handling of the car is very odd. Should be enough. More than enough. There's no way to get rid of those wheel states either, so you kind of just need to be careful. Here's the uphill, need to slow down sufficiently. Very controlled. Was it last time on... was it Yannick specifically who went over the board here? I think it was Yannick. Super careful this time. Alright, no, he knows, No, I didn't curse anything, it's not my fault. The players need to take responsibility for their actions, okay? This ice jump, kinda tricky, but Yannick does it beautifully. Could be the practice paying off. Going for the ice lights, I guess we're gonna call them. Oh. Thank you, side. Reload it. Sure. Okay, let's watch the bug slide first. Yannick makes it nicely. Very well done. And that should be a floor 4 run. Let me reload this. Water guard. Yeah, seems to work. It's not up to date, but it does seem to at least put it to Yannick's position, which is progress. So the actual record is very close to floor 5 right now. It's gonna be Hazard. Oh wait, it's the plugin freezing this. Did Yannick get to try this quarterpipe jump yet? I'm actually not sure. Might be the first time. Oh, you've been to floor 5 already? Nice one. Well done. Had one try? Okay, gotcha. Hard to keep track of everything. So knows these jumps. Of course, Yannick has a pretty good intuition for these kinds of RBG jumps, but now comes the tricky jump. Yannick goes for the clean jump, but it's not gonna be enough. Now we hope that the landing on the plastic works. Bouncing around. Does make it. There's only one player who has been able to make this quarterpipe jump. That player's still on the server. And maybe our best hope of reaching floor number 5 on the first day. I reloaded the plugin site. I don't have an update. No updates available. So I just reloaded it, which, you know, does something. Oh well. It's fine, honestly. Hopefully tomorrow. It might still be a little bit delayed, I guess. A pretty scary line. Manages to control it though. Yeah, okay. Actually, yeah, no. That should be Hazard's best attempt. Very close to floor 5. I think it works now. Hello, Ion. Back to the bug slide. Goes very quickly into it, feeling confident. Why not? Looks good, but... okay. Manages to get it. Let's see. Okay, goes for a little bit of different line than others for this drop down, but seems to work fine. This entire section doesn't seem too bad for anyone so far. It's really just about the quarter pipe jump, and then the second half of the floor is tricky. So the first half is essentially just, you know, you just want to focus up, make sure you're not doing anything careless. Yeah, Nex pulls it off very well. Goes for a very quick setup as well. But now maybe it's time to think a little bit, or does Yannick just want to go for it? A little bit of a strategy session, perhaps. This jump has been very difficult for everyone, even Hazard, who has figured out, you know, like a strat. It's not like, doesn't look comfortable for Hazard. Maybe Yannick. Okay. Doesn't like the angle. Wants to try again. Maybe here. Bounces on the wall, but it doesn't seem like it's enough. No, this will drop down onto the plastic eventually. We're gonna wait for that to happen. And check in on Hazard. It's gonna take a while. The question is, does it land clean on the plastic, or will it maybe bounce out? Yeah, we've seen this before, and that time Hazard did land that. Did manage to get a very nice line, but Hazard has this strategy to go backwards on this uphill. I really like that. That seems to be a really controlled way to get that landing and not go too far. Good night, Hypa. Alright. Soon we see people falling, Tarpor, Raftor falling down. And there's gonna be one more to fall down pretty quickly. Let's see now. Alright, maybe 5 seconds. More like 10. Good mental break. Let's see how the landing works. Nice and clean. It's so funny how so many things on this quarter pipe section happen twice. It really feels like everything is happening twice. It's all so similar. And then we go again. I guess Hazard is a little bit further away now. Getting into the quarter pipe once more, and well, Hazard is the only one to have actually made it through. Yeah, I changed it recently, PC Coach. I enabled them again. Let's see now if the strat works, bouncing on the wall, and then... Oh, it's so close, but... Wow, okay, that landing was... not what I expected. I was expecting something much worse than that. I think Hazard as well is kind of surprised at how that save actually worked. Oh, it's true. Simo seems to be getting a little bit further now. I feel like Simo has been on the quarter pipe jumps as well, but hasn't got through those into the next level. So I think we're looking at potential personal best for Simo here. Checking on Yannick though. Another attempt on the quarter pipes. It looks so simple, but what makes it so difficult is that everything is tilted a little bit sideways. Just makes it so much more wonky. He beat on this run by bouncing high on the plastic. Oh, that's a good strat. I think Yannick's also having like a strategy break here. I suppose Hazard at this point has kind of settled with the strat. Simo on the quarter pipes. Let's check in on Hazard real quick. Oh, wait, Hazard is not there yet. Oh, it seems like Yannick has fallen down as well. Not... Wait, no, Yannick is still there. It's just behind. Let's check Simo's jump here. Oh, so close, but not quite close enough. Yannick still chilling. Hazard. Fourth time maybe through this jump. Bounces on the wall again, and... once more manages to save the jump, but... it's looking tough. It's looking rough to get through this section. It is really just so brutal. To only have one attempt every like 2 or 3 minutes on this. Even if you fall down on the floor below, you still lose. Like, you have to wait for like essentially like a 2 minutes sort of cutscene, which is not a cutscene. Like, you can fail it as well, but at this point I feel like Hazard is like very consistent on the 3rd floor, and I feel like other players are as well. So it's really just about this jump, not about much more. Is this gonna work? We're not gonna... Wait. Maybe Yannick is soon ready to jump here? Or maybe it's gonna be Hazard again. Yannick has been waiting here for so long that Hazard is doing the 3rd attempt now. Let's see. So, not only has Hazard been the only player to make it through this quarter pipe jump, he's done it 3 times. So, it is absolutely possible that this strategy, as weird as it looks, will work. Oh! Scary. It does seem like this is a little bit of a luck-dependent strategy, though. Maybe? There it is, number 4. And perhaps the first player to reach floor number 5. It's not that easy though, needs to jump all the way up here to the platform. Gets it. And then the quarter pipes. Let's see. Is it gonna be enough speed? It will be indeed. The dirt wall right next. This is where it last ended. After this dirt wall ride needs to jump very high. That looks pretty promising. We have a new record. This is the farthest anyone has been. But still a little bit more to go. We have surpassed, by the way, 500 meters. We are now 1/4 through the map. This looks so scary. Hazard, please be careful. Okay. Needs to jump off the side here. We can see the platform on the right there. Right there, and then takes a little bit of a breather. I think it's one more jump to the next floor, but I might be wrong. I feel like the next floor starts after the next jump. We'll see. There's gonna be a notification if that is so. Wants to avoid the airtime here. This is probably not a very hard jump for Hazard, but when you're doing it for the first time, it's you don't know. You don't know how far it is. You don't know what you need to do exactly. So that small airtime there is kind of telling Hazard, like, okay, just take it again. Be patient, just do it again. Almost went for it now. The worst case scenario is that if you hesitate too late, then you're gone, right? Now goes for it, makes it just fine even with the tree bounce. Is it gonna be the next floor? I don't see the notification. Maybe it's when we go up this beam. The tree bounce definitely not necessary, but worked out. So now jumping here, and we have reached floor number 5. Thawing Temple by Jaka. Extremely well played from Hazard. Now this is an interesting one. Seems like we have a lot of narrow paths here. Doesn't really seem like there's an obvious path, so it's gonna be a little bit of pathfinding again, I guess. I'm gonna guess that we start by going here, at least. Maybe you go around. Oh yeah, you go around. So you land on the grass, go around, ramp into the bobsleigh. Well, there's a lot of bobsleigh so far. This looks scary. You land into the bobsleigh, and then you probably need to go here, to the side. Jump up, perhaps. It does seem like this is a nice sort of a welcome change after the tilted roads, because this allows you to kind of relax a little bit, take more breaks, because you can go on flat ground, right? The car will not move on its own. So, and looking through the section, I suppose. I think the hardest part about going into this is reminding yourself that you still have 11 floors left. You're not even halfway through. You're not even 1/3 through the map. So kind of reminding yourself that, okay, I did floor 4, but I need to do it so many more times again. So this is just gonna be like, your goal when you get to this point is going to be to just learn as much as possible. That's your main goal. You don't hope to get through it necessarily. I mean, of course, like, you want to get as far as possible, so you learn as much as possible, but I think, like, accepting that, okay, this run will end. That's like a big thing. And then you can just focus on, like, trying to understand everything you possibly can. Why does streamer ignore chat so often? Come on, I don't. Do watch time. There's watch time. Doesn't even stream his run. Hazard was streaming earlier. I don't know if that's the case still. Still streaming? Okay. Always tricky because I want to change to, you know, like Tarpor actually on 3rd floor, but I don't know when when this guy's gonna go, you know. But yeah, Tarpor has made it to 3rd floor. I think the 6th player to do so. Well done. No, I'm not gonna do map requests tomorrow, but I'm gonna do them Sunday. And I'm gonna do like a shorter session as well. I can't click on the name tags, unfortunately. That would be super cool, but unfortunately not possible. I don't know if that would be like a possible thing to create, but it sounds like a lot, you know? I'm sure they have enough things to deal with. Very good cast, thank you. Glad you enjoy. We're gonna cast this most days, I think. I think I can commit to this. Don't have that much crazy stuff planned. Okay, Hazard. Now jumping. Oh! Is it savable? Somehow landing somewhere? No, this is over. Gonna go to the same cone, I believe. Oh, not quite. Not much better, I guess. Huh? What? Is there? Oh, there's water here. Water physics. That was not a water landing, though. I don't think the water extends all the way here. Okay, well, I mean... Unturtle button, yeah. That's the one. Alright. How are our big streamers doing? How's virtual? Getting the hang of the start. One thing you will notice, even if some of these players aren't getting like super far, I think you will notice them getting like more confident in the early stages, and that's really important for progress as well. Simo has got to, yeah, the 3rd level. Tarpor is here as well still. Let's check out the Finnish player here. The only Finnish player, I believe, that we've seen on this server. It's gonna be a lot of discovery. That's the thing. When you get to the new section, you will always want to check what's ahead of you. Oh, I suppose I joined the server as well, yeah. But I don't know if it really counts. When I'm not playing. Tarpor makes the isolate. And now we'll look ahead for the next part, which is the tricky uphill. Simo could be a top contender for sure. I guess the ice stuff is kind of not Simo's sort of main area of expertise. So those earlier sections with ice might be the reason why Simo is not on the same floors as these other top guys, but of course also like there's super good players that haven't yet reached floor 3. So it's hard to draw conclusions. So Simo now needs to figure out how to do this wall bounce. We've seen some people just press forward into it, some people turn to it. Simo goes for the press forward and it does work. It does work just fine. Yannick will not play again. Oh, so this is like the only session for Yannick. That is good to know. So now this landing is tricky. Starport has fallen, by the way. Yeah, Simo lacks the speed there. That is really unfortunate. Not for the reason that Simo didn't get the jump, but because he didn't land at all. Because when you land, you would at least get a feel for the sort of drift you need to do, the sort of ice slide that you have to do in the landing. But now Simo potentially has no idea. So that can be really like an unfortunate thing if he goes on to fail it again because he didn't have the experience. But let's hope that Simo is able to pick it up. At least Simo didn't like completely overjump it. That would probably be a worse sign. So this seems like it's probably going to be fine in terms of not jumping too far. But then it's about like not sliding off the platform. That's gonna be the key thing there. Alright, we are in limbo. We need a name for this area. Because we're here all the time. The floor 0 to 2. Floor 0 to 2.5. Hugo makes the jump. Razzie maybe as well. Oh, I think we see Razzie fall down. Probably fell into the start of the level 2. Bottom. I guess that would be descriptive. Okay, Hugo, very controlled. Could be the first time here. Maybe not actually. Looks like the strat is there already. The mud level. There's probably more dirt in the later levels than the first two. Extended floor. That's kind of what it is, right? Is floor 5 on day 1 further than expected, you will say? And what is your expectations on the floors upwards? It's impossible to say because we're not watching them. Maybe floor 6 is like completely ridiculous, unethical garbage. It could be. Maybe it's gonna take a week before someone gets to like floor 8. It's so hard to say because I'm not really sure how the map is structured. It's clear that the levels or the floors aren't like equal. Floor 3 is very much easier, at least when you get like the hang of it when you do it like once. It's so much easier than the 4th floor, by the looks of things. So there are, you know, some differences between the floors, and it's hard to say like if we are, you know, even doing like top 5 hardest floors right now with floor 4. So really difficult to say, because if floor 5, 6, 7, 8 are like the hardest floors on the map, then basically like getting to floor 5 is like the tutorial, right? So really hard to say. Like, yeah, the start of the map, like, you know, the first 3 floors are going to be a little bit easier. Well, I guess arguably floor 2 is pretty hard for most people, actually. But arguably, the start is going to be easier just to prevent it from being a reset hell. Hugo, going for the jump. Oh, no, so close. So close. Lands on the ice, but yeah, of course. Ice turtle? There's no way this... I don't think ice turtling is generally a thing. Though it went further than I expected. But yeah, like, I feel like you just don't have, like, the sort of reset hell in the start, but then it gets a little bit trickier pretty quickly. So, we'll see. They tried to sort the floors by difficulty? Okay, interesting. I guess then it comes down to the fact, like, how easy is a floor to learn? Because if you have a lot of, like, weird stuff and, like, big transitions and, like, sudden slowdowns and stuff like this, then that obviously makes it much harder to learn the floor. But when you learn it, then it might be pretty easy. So there's, like, a thing like this. Some of the floors might be very intuitive, but mechanically very difficult, and some might be kind of like bait trap type floors where you kind of just fall off because you didn't know what to do. A bunch of stuff to consider. Haven't really watched Clover. Thanks for doing the stream, by the way. A very pleasant DD watching experience. I'm glad to hear that. That's why we're here. Also glad I saw you were casting this. So much better than jumping between streams. I'm very glad to hear. I kind of figured that, you know, with so many people streaming, it's it's probably cohesive to have like some kind of a place that shows multiple POEs. I was actually a little bit surprised that no one else really went for a cast of this. Like, you know, the people who generally cast like events and tournaments. I guess it's kind of like, it doesn't feel like something you think about for an event like this that doesn't really have like a, you know, bracket and like match structure and stuff like this. I actually just came out with this idea earlier today as well. Like this morning I just figured like, wait, I'm bad at this game. Why don't I just let the other players play the map and do something else that's useful? Oh, bit of a spike. Hey, thank you, J-Dog. Why didn't you try to build a floor? It's hard. It's hard to build a floor where you don't really know what they're exactly looking for, and you don't really, you know, you don't get to see the other floors. It's hard. Oh, that's such an unfortunate... And I just, like, I could have had some ideas maybe, but eh. And also at the time I was pretty busy building other stuff as well. I think that was the time when I was, like, organizing the Nordic Cup and such, so... Boing. A lot of struggling from many players. Hazard is on the server still, but taking a break, it seems. It's probably our most promising player to make any, like, collective progress. But it's also interesting to see how these other players who haven't reached floor 3 yet, how they're actually, like, getting more consistency and improving. It was a year ago, yeah. I mean, maybe it was, yeah, even... wasn't really Nordic Cup, it was... Maybe I was building my own campaign? No, that was probably earlier, I don't know. It could have been around that time, actually. Hugo? Still landing. Matt on the side there, getting to the first part. Yeah, these jumps on floor 2, these are very tricky for players. I think once you get these like twice, then you really pick up the muscle memory and the lines, but before you get to that point, it's gonna be a lot of failing. I think it's because it feels less like a competition, more just a big community event. Kinda, I guess. But I mean, it's also one of the biggest prize pools in Trackmania history, so... You don't feel the urge to dip TP yourself? Not really, no. Not too much. I don't mind grinding stuff, but usually it's... Oh, not the scam jump. Oh, still made it. Yeah, I don't really mind grinds, but usually it's something where, you know, I feel like I have a chance of completing the grind. I'm simply not good enough to finish this map without, like, you know, practicing the level specifically or something. That's too short. Might fall into exactly this place. Start of floor 2. Carl Jr. also here. But yeah, it's a lot of this, you know? A lot of these players trying to get through these sections. A lot of players have picked up this, like, fast turtle setup. Looking good in that regard, but obviously, like, while it makes you faster, you can get to, you know, the harder parts a little bit more efficiently. You still eventually need to do those harder parts as well. Hugo seems to be doing pretty well on these jumps, though. Oh. Okay. Oh. No, it's so close. It's so close. I feel like, you know, some of these players have been here for 5 hours now, potentially without breaks as well. Might get a little bit exhausting for some of them at this point. It's not easy to stay focused, and at some point you just know that, okay, I'm just failing the same thing over and over and over again. Not working. It's not quite the line, but Virtual saves it. These two jumps, these are really the biggest struggle, I think, right now. for a lot of players. Lines it up nicely, should hit the plastic, but goes too high. Flies over it. Goes Carl. Going for it. Good lineup. And that will bounce on the road. Why is he failing this jump so often compared to others? Well, I don't know if that, you know, if that's true. I haven't seen everyone's all jumps here. This looks promising, but the beam... Well, Carl... Oh, so close, but manages to save it at least. So, one of the reasons why that might happen is that you fail it a couple times, and then you figure that, okay, I have a problem where I'm going too wide, or I'm steering too much here, or I'm going too slow, or I'm doing whatever, it doesn't matter. And then you start overcompensating for that problem, and the problem is that you don't get enough repetition on the jump to like really get a feel for what you should do. So like you easily start overthinking stuff like that, where you know it's not that easy to predict what the line will be. Not that easy to like understand how the car behaves. Okay, that was unfortunate. That is the actual strategy though, like falling off of this to start the turtle. That's what basically everyone's doing now. You have to turtle this. So when you turtle, you can flip your car around this. So the turtle is intentional, but it is a little bit riskier, much faster, but a little bit riskier to start it from here, I guess, than starting it from the beam. Most players seem to be going for the turtle start from here already, though. And they seem to be getting it pretty well. Actually looks surprisingly consistent. Giuliano? Big jump. See how it goes. Boing into the beam. Seen that before. We've also seen this save before. Feel the fast turtle feels safer. It could be. It's honestly hard to say because I haven't tried it. I guess the benefit from the other setup is that you can enter it with your own terms. When you do it from the beams, from the lights, it's kind of like you're forced to just have the momentum, unfortunate, momentum and the line that you have. But when you have it, when you do it from the beam later, you can kind of like really aim for it and really choose when you go for it. So it might be a little bit controllable. But it could be that when you get used to the light start, that it actually becomes kind of safer. What's the biggest bottleneck right now? Well, overall, for most people, it's gonna be these jumps that we are seeing people fail. The big jumps on floor 2. This jump, this jump, this jump, and this jump. And also the quarter pipe jump. All of these jumps are like fairly difficult. Overall though, like if we kind of look at what's like mostly stopping the top players from progressing, gonna be this quarter pipe jump. This one is very difficult. There's only one player who has passed this so far, and it's Hazard. Hazard has passed this 4 times. It's all good, Matt. Not a problem at all. I'm just vibing. So I think we'll see some of these players start getting runs deeper into like floor 3 pretty soon. But that quarter pipe will that will probably end a lot of runs. Like today and tomorrow, I feel like the quarter pipe will probably end like 80% of runs at least that make it to that point. I suppose, like, you know, if people find the hazard lines and they somehow get a feel for them. Is that the beam again? No? Watch it. Then potentially could get a bit better. Hazard is still on the server, but AFK. Oh, Simo misses the pipe jump. Does seem like Hazard is pretty committed, based on the results today at least. Hasn't really been resting between runs at all, because we've kind of seen Hazard just fail in the most ridiculous ways, getting completely scammed and just reset the run 2 seconds later and go for the next one. So I feel like Hazard has that sort of mentality correct, where he doesn't like get stuck on the previous run, even though some of those have seemed pretty frustrating. So we'll see. Looking very solid. Been lurking here, enjoying some Sundays and like the commentary. Hey, glad to hear that. Enjoy some good Friday beer. Sounds good to me. Hazard was the guy who verified the first tip. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I think so. Only finished after release, but like verified that the map was finishable. So Bren was officially the first finisher, right? But yeah, basically like immediately after Bren finished, I think Hazard went and played as well, if I remember correctly. It's been a while, so it could be something a little bit different. But this time, Hazard is part of the competition, and that's tough news for everyone else by the looks of things. Did Teki validate this version? No, I don't think so. I don't think this version has a validation at all. I feel like every floor has been proven to be possible, and that's it. It's sort of like there's like a segmented sort of run, probably by multiple players as well. I don't think anyone has done a full run of this. Could be wrong. I think that's actually like generally like a better way to do it, because what you kind of create with that when you do like a hack validation, you kind of create like a true first finish, which I think is really exciting. Like no one has finished the map, not even the people who build it. So then whoever crosses the finish line first will actually be the first, right? There's no like semantics like actually the mapper blah 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 blah. There's nothing like that. It's gonna be the first finish, and that's it. And I think that's really cool. Hey, good night, Matt. Get some good rest. You see some of these players kind of like starting to get faster, but also maybe starting to make more mistakes. It could be like a part of a strategy, because like I mentioned earlier, you might benefit from doing these sorts of mistakes and just trying to push everything as fast as possible. Maybe for some players that helps them become like consistently fast, in the sense that they will be able to like learn the speedrun strats faster, and they will get to the higher floors a little bit faster. It's just like efficiency strats, right? It's really interesting, actually. Yeah, building muscle memory for the, like, faster runs, so that you can get more runs in, because you will fail runs, right? So the idea is that you get more runs, and you just kind of brute force it. But yeah, it's hard to say what the best strategy actually is. Hi, someone. Will be casting this event every day till first finish, or what is your plan? I'm not 100% sure about every day, but for this weekend at least, every day, and it should be possible. It's actually a good timing, because this week I've been really busy, but next week I shouldn't really have too many obligations. There's like a couple caveats. Next Thursday, we have a mapping competition that will take like a couple hours, so that's gonna take a little bit of the next Thursday. Otherwise, I don't really have like anything super important planned, so if people enjoy this, then I might commit to doing this every day, every evening, basically after cup of the day, which is, I think, going to be the main time for most people, except the people who live in different time zones, like Mada, for example. Gotta go faster to get faster, yeah. The downside to it is that when you try to like do this complete YOLO strategy and you hope to get like better at speedrunning, the issue that you run into is that you go to autopilot much more easily than if you force yourself to stop before every section, right? So if you force yourself to take a small breather before you go to the next trick, next jump, whatever, then you will always be focused on it. But if you kind of like chain everything, then you might easily kind of lose a little bit of focus, and it might not help you. So especially on longer sessions, we might see the players who are a little bit more careful do a little bit better. But it really depends on the player. It's not at this hour, not. What hour is it? Oh, it's only like 2:30. Bren being so quick and driving risky was a big reason he won the first one. Yeah, for sure. And Bren just has like so much sort of consistency on the sections that he's already learned here as well. That is a huge skill to have. Like, when you learn something once, then you kind of like, it clicks with you like very quickly. If you need to get like 3 times past a section to really learn it, to really get that into your muscle memory, you could not make the jump, by the way, then that can really slow you down on something like this. Oof, so close. $11:30? Wait, does Iceland not have summertime? Large spec? Oh, true. A couple hours of a break. Finding some struts. Yeah, that seems actually like a really fast route that Lars is doing here in the beginning. It's kind of cool. You never changed? Yeah, okay. Iceland doesn't have summers? No, come on. I think it's a big myth that Nordic countries essentially always have snow. And I mean, yeah, we did have snow like a week ago, okay? Yeah, but like normally we don't have snow in like June. So it's actually kind of warm and nice. Snow is almost gone. Yeah, this start route is really clever though. Seems very fast, and you know, it's gonna help a lot. So nice idea to stream this event, not having to change streams to who is highest. Yeah, I guess it's working out. I'm actually surprised that no one else is doing this. Maybe someone is doing this, but will he be doing this all event? Yeah, I think so. Pretty much every evening. Think we'll do that. How warm is warm for you? I mean, well, the highest temperature that we've had around this area is like 32 degrees Celsius. I think like generally our summer weather is like 22 Celsius and above. Maybe a little bit, you know, around there anyway. Snowed yesterday there? God damn. How far up north are you? Croatia apparently has snow in April? That is surprising. I mean, we did have snow in April as well, but that is... For Finland, that is not so surprising. Kind of common, I suppose. How's your Giga map going? It's still being worked on. We're working on scenery. We're doing things that haven't ever been done before in this game, so it's a lot of challenges we're trying to solve. Hardcore? Oh, a little too high again. Lunch on the ice at least. But yeah, we are working on it actively. It is going well overall. Like, at the moment, it doesn't seem like there's any problems that we wouldn't be able to solve. So, yeah, it should be good. Loved Threat and Rope of Ariadne. Oh yeah? The 20 lap 7-hour version. I'm glad you did. Or will be even better. Yeah, I don't know if the volcano in Iceland affected the temperatures out. The gears. Oh, ice is truly one of the surfaces. 50 centimeters of snow. God. Could we have a 26,000 prize pool on core? I would not be legally able to crowdfund that in Finland. That is not legal. This looks pretty good. Maybe enough. Thank you for this horn, Carlberg. It was great and a pleasant experience. Any problems you did solve? Not fully, but there's promising progress. Oh, Tarpor, no! It's kind of like this thing where if you just go backwards, you're gonna go in the right place. You will land that if you just press backwards. But it's just that you don't want to do that. You want to turn around. You want to be faster. You want to get to the part that you're always failing. And this is kind of like the problem. This is the mental game, right? This is kind of what it looks like. Can I battle? Reminds me of Loop Hero. Haven't played it myself. It is a nice YouTube synthwave playlist. Lars Gaming. Maybe getting into the 3rd floor. May 27th. Gotcha, Batu. Few weeks to go then. I guess that was kind of the expected. Maybe a little later. But good thing you have a date. Overdue for a release of a 1-hour desert map. God damn. Yeah, it's always like a huge learning experience, building anything unusual. Like this map, for example, I can promise that there's been a lot of lessons learned in like combining the floors and even building the floors. Oh, that's pretty good, someone. I might, you know, give this like a very casual try at some point. I feel like we'll probably just focus on the journey of others until people finish. Oh, Lars made it. Okay, okay. Let's see now. Another floor 3 run right there. Very good. I don't think Lars has been here before, right? At least not on the server. Breaks can be, yeah, they can be magical. Yes? Okay, okay. Which floor do you like the most so far? I feel like this floor is really nice because it's like this is very like personal preference, but I like the fact that it's not really like about pathfinding too much, but it's these kinds of challenges that are like laid out. It's all open there, you can watch anything and you know, you understand exactly what you need to do. But then you have this weird like wheel state, you have the wet icy wheels, you have plastic that makes it difficult to get into, and you need to like really think about what you want to do because of that. But like all the information is there, and I personally I'm not like as a player I'm not like a huge fan of pathfinding. Hold on, can you get somewhere from here? Maybe there is some recovery path. I guess Lars will go to Cam 7 to figure that out. Going here, perhaps? There is a plastic piece here, but not going anywhere. There was a recovery path on one of the earlier parts of this floor. This might be floor gang time. Maybe going here? Okay, going here, landing here, and then somehow jumping through this. Maybe. No, no. I think. Probably. Back to floor 1. But yeah, I don't really mind pathfinding from like a spectator perspective, but as a player I prefer when the challenge is kind of like open, very easy to see. But then completing is still tricky. Timo again on this farm. Oh no, Simo. Okay, well, gets at least to the section below. Needs to drop down forward. Boink. Probably needs some speed. I would imagine. Lars trying to save it? Oh. What kind of an idea do you have? Like, yeah, going here. Everything. But then what? Maybe he sees something I didn't. I don't get it. The route is so far. What could it be? What? Can't come 7? Okay. Might be a little bit of opium. Uh-huh. Or, I mean, maybe. Okay. Yeah. And? Oh, is he actually gonna try what I suggested? I was kind of joking, honestly. But, I mean, I guess it's worth a shot. It doesn't really look like... Well, I mean, you can land here, actually. You don't need to go to the other side. You could just... Yeah, actually dropping down from here. Oh, so close. It was a good try. It was a good try, trying to land here. But, like, you know, it's kind of a tight target when you don't want to get bounced by the plastic either. Well, Jacob. Dipping deep. Boing. Queen. It's the beam. The beam again. As it tends to be. Oh. The bounce does work. Which bounce? Oh, the floor 2 one. Yes, it does indeed work. That is the intended strat. Like, I haven't seen anyone skip the bounce, I don't think. pretty sure it's more or less forced. Yeah, you can also hit the bar on the side. Even then, like, oh, even then, I'm pretty sure I only saw attempts that went for the bars to the plastic bones. But yeah. Tricky session at this point. Hazard taking a break as well. Still, Carl Jr. I don't think has taken breaks yet. Not that I've seen anyway. Oh, you're also ice skill checked? Have fun. Boing. Seems like Carl Jr. is going for like some very sort of very clean setups. Going for like, you know, systematically kind of driving to a certain point and then going backwards and then accelerating from a certain point. That could be a good strategy. It doesn't seem like very slow either, so might be a fairly efficient. This is recoverable. It's probably recoverable. A bit sketchy though. Oh, okay, that's 3 wheels now. Okay, it's other 3 wheels. Oh, and that's 0 wheels. And it's a turtle as well. Uh-huh. Didn't quite get there. And here's another. Floor 1 is ice to make new players despair. Floor 2 is Lentillion to make everyone else despair. Honestly, though, it does kind of seem like... Was that a scam? Felt... looked weird. Feels like the floor 0 and 1 are, like, pretty fair. Like, you know, a lot of these players are basically already consistent. Hazard, come back, we need you. Okay. Well. I think I need some hydration personally, so maybe now is a good point when our leader is at floor 2 exactly and turtled. Maybe I'll grab myself some water, and when I come back, Lars is on a god. Okay, I'll just go get the water. Okay, okay. A lot of crushed spirits. I actually wonder if that's true, because, like, having your spirit crushed on a map like this on day 1 might make the grind more difficult, because it's not it's not gonna even be a 1 week map. I think the other explanation is that obviously people are getting a little bit tired. They've been playing for potentially 5 hours at this point, maybe more. And also that when you do like a longer session or something like this, it's easy to go on autopilot, so it might be that some of these attempts are kind of like ending because of essentially lack of focus. It's also the player count is steadily shrinking for the first day, which is not surprising. It's 3 AM now, and most players are from Europe, so it kind of makes sense. A lot of these players are probably recharging for tomorrow, probably starting earlier tomorrow as well. Today, of course, the map only released at 8 PM Central European time. Summertime, even. So, you know, it doesn't give you that much time to grind if you if you actually want to get sleep at the reasonable time. I think we'll see a lot of afternoon grinds tomorrow. Let's see, maybe Lars can get a run going here. Looks to be doing fine so far. In 2020, editor feels so good after doing some TM2 stuff. It really is. It's great. Ooh. Was this map also vanilla only? I think it is. Suppose we'll see. Maybe there's some customs somewhere. Okay, well, that worked out fine. The pole bounce strategy. And yeah, the map file size would be a big concern, but also like combining the macro blocks would be a nightmare with customs. Some customs, okay. See if Lars can do the quarter pipe jumps. Looks decent. Yeah, I made it. Well done. Oh, the floor gang sign, true. Yeah, okay, makes sense. Yeah, Lars seems pretty confident on the second level now, so might be starting to get on the pace of the other players. Hazard, Wosile, Bren. Oh, we'll see actually. So far it's been like still a little bit quiet for Lars, but I feel like once Lars gets through this third level once or twice, it's gonna get more consistent again, so... Seems to be good progress. What's the highest has anyone gotten to this point? So, currently, the record... What? Hold on. The world record here, this is not correct. No, this is not true. That's... no one has got... floor 15. That's not correct. Hazard has got to floor 5. To the very beginning of floor 5. Essentially failed the first jump there. So we have 4 players that have managed to get to floor 4. And then 1 player who has got to floor 5. Lars, maybe looking to get to floor number 4 as well. Looking pretty decent though. Gets this landing for, I think, the first time. There's essentially 3 jumps left. This next section should be pretty easy. I don't want to curse anything, but I'll just say that we haven't seen anyone fail this so far, and we will not see Lars fail it either. So then there's basically 2 things left. There's this ice jump here, and then there's the bug slide. Reactor cut. No, that would be something. I haven't seen any reactors so far. Lars, I believe, is just gonna check out the route. Likely, just doing some Chem 7 investigation, maybe Have as well. It is the discovery day, so, you know, you're gonna chill a little bit, not make too rushy decisions. So here, first we have the ice turn to the right, and this is not an ice slide. We'll see what Lars decides. Okay, doesn't do an ice slide. Is it enough height? Yeah, it is. Then you need to be really careful with the landing, because it is the wet icy wheels. Make it extremely slippery. And this next part is basically just patience from what we've seen. You just want to be really careful to not fall. Oh. Slight panic. Doing fine though. Then into the uphill. This jump has been dangerous for so many people. It looks so safe. Lars is too fast. Maybe the turbo somehow? Is this savable? Well, given time, I knew instantly. Like, it's so hard to judge this jump. It feels so weird. You slide so far. It doesn't feel like it, because usually on water you kind of slow down immediately. You get the grip. But I guess it's the icy wheels. What happened for someone to reach floor 13 already? Nothing. I think it's just bugged. The water guard display. Highest floor so far is 5. Yeah, it's hard to make the call, Hefa. because it's such a weird situation. Most players have just started kind of doing like a super short jump there. Okay, let's see. Can dry the wheels on the beam, I guess. Maybe that's something. Needs to be careful. Let me see if I can, yeah, change the camera. I'm guessing that Lars has done these kinds of tricks before. Needs to back off a little bit to get one wheel on the beam. One more wheel. Okay, there's that one wheel, but now it's the other one out. Oh, only one wheel on the ledge now. Okay. This looks very sketchy. Oh no. There it is. Very unfortunate. Now the good news is that Lars did make progress. The last thing and the only thing on that entire floor is the final bug slide. So, very wicked. No one's been chatting in like hours, I think. By the way. I'm not sure. Maybe I've had chat disabled. I don't think I've had it disabled though. But it seems very focused, very very sort of like serious grind in a way. Hi FG. Oh, okay, well, maybe I just didn't pay attention. No, the Voltigor display is bugged. I don't think even the number 2 is correct. Oh, yeah, no, actually, no. Actually, so, what's happening here is that Hazard is number 2 for some reason. So it's not that the Voltigor is incorrect, it's that, the first one shouldn't exist. Like, it's incorrect, but it's not like... It's like an extra time, you know? Like, if the Voltigor right now was removed from the floor 15, then everything would be right. The name on the Voltigor is Map Gao. Maybe a cheater. I mean, I guess it's always possible, Simo. This time, what I was talking about last time, is that Simo didn't land, right? Simo was too short on the jump, so Simo didn't get the experience on how you actually need to slow yourself down there when you actually land. So it's unfortunate. This was kind of Simo's run where, you know, now he probably understands the speed that is sort of required a little bit better. Didn't even know plastic doesn't remove ice wheels. Unfortunate. That is surprising. I mean, well, okay, yeah. Ice wheels... Like, usually it does. Right? Usually, icy wheels would decay, but you have wet icy wheels. So, how it works is that icy wheels will not decay below the percentage of wet wheels. So if you get wet wheels first, and then you get icy wheels after, and you drive on plastic, then you have both wet wheels and icy wheels at the same time. And because the wet wheels don't decay because you're driving on plastic, the ice wheels also don't decay because the wet wheels don't decay. It is kind of like a very weird interaction. It's definitely not intentional, I can't imagine. So, you know, I guess it's kind of understandable that you wouldn't exactly know how it works. This is your PB? Not too bad. Does this section have to be done turtle? The one on the floor 2 start? No, but it's the easiest way to do it. Like this part. This one. You want to be turtled. What? What happened here? What? Wasn't he dead turtled? I guess some mega lag. I love switching to a player who's currently falling down. Great. Okay, I think maybe we're gonna call it a day soon. Might be that we've seen the best runs of the first day. Tomorrow we're gonna start a little bit earlier though. We can kind of check like 15 more minutes and then call it a day. What time to join then? I mean, yeah, these guys have been playing for like 6 hours as well, so... Can't tell. Either way. Looks really solid though, yeah. Really liking the map so far. Has like a viewing experience. But waiting for Mada to destroy all hopes and dreams. I mean, you know, I'll get an update tomorrow afternoon, so not much lost, right? Falling down. The ice slide does seem pretty tough. Oof, that landing. Very unfortunate. Now everyone's falling. Oh yeah, Walter Guard works again, yeah. True. Yeah, I don't know guys. Right now, not too much going on, honestly. Yeah, Mada did say, I did sell off plans to play this. I don't know what time, but the important thing is that Mada will go for this map, so That's gonna spice up the competition a lot. What are the rules again? Do you have to stream all the time or your finished run only? Only the finished run. Yeah, okay. It's cool to see people grinding still. I think Max Chess maybe not allowed to participate in the competition as a mapper. Still playing though. What if you go live right before the final jump? I think the full run needs to be streamed. Boink. I'm also super sleep deprived. I tried to take a nap twice today and I failed both times. I don't know how many runs, how many hours I'm running on, honestly. Can you show the leaderboards with the thing you installed? Not really. There's no, like, display for the leaderboard just yet. There might be some, like, maybe someone has created one, because there was, like, an API. But I'm not aware of like, a full leaderboard thing. But I can tell you here, just by going, like, the top 5 here. So, Waltergard is by Hazard, currently just above 5th floor. Yannick has got to the quarterpipe jump. This actually doesn't seem like it's entirely correct either. There's some people missing, for sure. So, Wosile, Yannick, and Bren have got to the quarterpipe jump on the 4th floor. So there's a bunch of players who are currently trying to figure out the same section. Bren got up to floor 5? When? Did he go on, like, different server or in solo? Definitely didn't get it on this server. No worries, Cookly. Get some good rest. The misheard? That was probably Hazard. Because Hazard did make it, I can show exactly where. Here. Hazard failed this jump here. So fell down from this block. That is that far into the map. Right around there. And then the quarter pipe is from here to here. So this one has stopped multiple players. Turns out he was halfway to 5. Yeah, this is generally where many people got. Oh yeah, the main UI thing. Gotcha. Okay, cool. Leaderboard. This is not accurate. This is not... Yeah, it can't be accurate. Bren is missing. Yannick is missing. Oh no, wait, Yannick is not missing. My bad. But Bren is missing, and also Wasile is missing. Yeah, it was Wasile indeed, yeah. Maybe it's good after our update, but I don't have any update, so I guess we'll see tomorrow. It's not a big deal. We'll get this thing running. Collection. 379 title gags. God damn. Almost 3,000 players total. God damn. My personal best floor is Floor Gang. Beat that. This is 0.0 distance. It's great. Yes, Scandier, of course, of course. You're absolutely right. Scandier also missing. Also got to this jump, by the way. Was a pretty tricky one. Yeah, Nice is, I guess, on the public server. So I'm gonna miss on some performances potentially there. Possible that they're missing because they didn't install the plugin. I think that's possible, yeah. What's it though? Oh yeah, Scrappy actually making it to floor 3 now. Lars as well. We can check these runs still, and I think at that point I'll call it a day. Scrappy for the first time in this section. Lars has been through many of these jumps, but hasn't yet been to floor number 4. Need to be very patient on this floor here. Scrappy. A bit more speed probably. That should work nicely. There we go. Lars has fallen. Let's follow Scrappy. Lars probably failed the uphill. It's very strange to do these isolates on plastic. Interesting video game, for sure. Alright, let's see how quickly Scrappy gets the routing done. It's not like a super complex route here though, on this level. Like, you definitely don't need to like double guess where to go, right? It's gonna be here every single time. It's gonna be here as well. But then remembering everything and knowing exactly what to do, that can be harder. There we go. See now? Very careful approach. Here. Slow down. Is it enough? Seems to be. Well done. This next section is not very complex at all. I guess the one way to fail this would be if you get like way too much speed, for example. So if you entirely misjudge this section, then I guess it can be a bit rough. Oh no. What? Okay. That just kind of missed the line. Oh, and it's a turtle as well. Might be a little bit of fatigue at this point. It's late. That is the first time that anyone's failed this part. Just for statistic purposes. The backflip here seems very consistent at the very least. They're still like, you know, going into this part, this is kind of tricky. We saw Lars fail that last time. And then the bug slide here, we've also seen some struggle there, but yeah, the main challenge really comes when you get to floor 4, but when you get consistent on floor 3, I think, you know, that's like a really key thing. Have you looked up the tower at all? Not specifically, you know, I've been looking at it like this, but I haven't really looked at like specific floors or anything. I'll kind of discover them as the players discover them, which I think is cool. They're kind of like, you know, unlocking the the floors for us. So we'll keep doing that. But I think at this point I will also probably call it. I guess people will keep playing, but I'm not gonna be here 24/7. I don't have the resources. So it was a good stream though. Really cool to see people push this map. I suppose there might already be. Yeah, there's already some. No, wait, this is the old. Oh yeah, it's the old thing. Okay, there's no practice floors just yet, but I guess that those are gonna come pretty soon. I'm sure we will get some Jeepers stuff tomorrow. I feel like tomorrow there will be someone. There will be okay. One prediction is that there will be more people that get to floor 5, and the second prediction is that someone will also beat floor 5. I don't know if we're gonna see someone get through like floor 6, because it does seem like it's getting harder and harder to make progress in that area. We'll see though. Gonna be interesting to see. Where is my club tag also? There we go. Did it even work? Use club tag? Ah, use it. There it is. Okay, fantastic. Okay, but yeah, well, you don't have a choice, but I will be back tomorrow at, what did I write? 5 p.m. 5 p.m. Central European Summer Time, which is in 14 and a half hours, I think. I should put time stamps on Discord. But yeah, thank you guys for tuning in. Was a very last minute idea to do this kind of a cast, but it seems like people enjoy it, so we're gonna keep doing it. On Sunday we're gonna also do like a small map request session, as we usually do on weekends, so it's gonna be a small one though. Just a bit of a change of pace, but we'll try to focus on this, especially now that people are kind of like making a lot of progress. There's a lot of stuff happening in these first few days. It's gonna slow down the progress, obviously, probably next week already, but we'll keep checking out what's happening. Okay, but yeah, much appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hope you enjoyed. I will be back. If you join Discord, you can also get the stream alerts. So, but yeah, I suppose I could probably throw you guys to someone else who's still streaming, yeah? Because there will probably be someone who's kind of going for it. I suppose at this point, Hmm. A lot of people are kind of like very deep on on the map grind on the first session. Yeah, I don't know. Is there anyone who might have like started recently or something? Playlist? Stopped working as well? Hmm. Razzie has played the whole time. I mean, I guess I can. Oh wait, is Down? Oh, Down is also playing. Oh, that's perfect. Down usually starts around this time, so
Though, I hope.
hold on. Hold on. Let me get you guys to AR Down. That seems good. Probably gonna do a cup of the night, but you know, it's maybe a welcome change of pace for many. So, yeah, let me throw you guys to Down. Down is playing Deep Deep right now. Very solid player as well. So, yeah, dude, what is with the playlist? Okay, of course, immediately starts playing when I complain. Okay, but yeah, I appreciate you guys a lot. I'll see you tomorrow. If not, hope you have a great Saturday, and we'll see each other some other time. Yep. Take care. I wish you a very good night, and yeah, see you soon. Bye bye.
Garni10, thank you for the follow. Welcome. And